Thank you, Representative Exum. The House will come to order. Please join Representative Lynch for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's give it up for Representative Exum. That was awesome. Thank you, sir. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
She will please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavides, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker,
Here.
Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver. Carver is excused. Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Esgar, Exum, Froelich, Geithner. Geithner is excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Rep. Hooten is excused. Judah, Kennedy, Kip, Larson, Lindsay, Lontine, Luck, Lynch, McCluskey, McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Neville,
Here.
Ortiz,
Here.
Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks, Roberts, Sandridge, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Sullivan, Tipper, Titone, Valdez A, Valdez D,
Here. Good morning, Colorado.
Van Beber, she's here, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams,
Here.
Woodrow. Let's see, Woodrow. Oh, there it is. Yep. Woog, Young, Mr. Speaker.
With 63 present, 2 excused, we have a strong quorum. Representative Lynch.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 24th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. It might actually pass today.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved by the Chief Clerk, as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
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 That's pretty good. It is Friday, though. All those opposed, no.
No.
I'm slightly disappointed in that. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. announcements and introductions. I have a quick announcement for everyone. We will be issuing new regulations around safety protocols that should be sent out today and then go into effect on Monday. So please take a look at those. It's in the same spirit that we started session with, where we knew there was going to be kind of an easing into a more regular session. We have cleared this with nonpartisan staff. We've gone through all of the checks and balances, so keep your eye out for those updated regs. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Michelson-Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, we will be meeting today upon adjournment. We will be hearing Senate Bills 64 and 37, and we will be having a presentation on the Greater Resilience Information Toolkit, an update on Senate Bill 21-185, Educator Mental Health Supports, and a presentation from CU Cancer Center on breakthrough research in the treatment of leukemia.
Thank you, Representative Michelson-Jeanette. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Judah. And Representative Bacon, Herod, Ricks, Exum.
Good morning, members. In our tradition of this month, we are bringing to you our final tribute for Black History Month, and we have a tribute today to honor Blacks in the Old West, and we would like Mr. Schiebel to read for us.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Mr. Schiebel.
State of Colorado. The Colorado House of Representatives, convened in the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends sincere commendations to the African American homesteads of Colorado and the Colorado Sun. The Black Caucus would like to pay tribute to the untold stories of blacks in the Old West, the black cowboys, the natives, and cultural legends of Colorado, along with the black homesteaders, have a special history in Colorado that is relevant today. After the Civil War, thousands of black Americans immigrated from the North and South to be free of racial harassment, to explore new professions, thereby settling dozens of towns across the West and utilizing their skills at cattle tending and farming. 2 black homesteads of record were founded in Colorado, Deerfield and the Dry. Deerfield was inhabited from roughly 1910 to the 1940s, and the Dry from 1917 to the 1930s. The motivation for the creation of the 2 communities was similar, that recent descendants of slaves could own land and self-determine. While racial prejudice persisted and blacks were pitted against the indigenous, they were still able to get as close to 40 acres and a mule as possible. By the turn of the century, the federal government drew people west through various homestead acts and ranching opportunities. During this time, 1 in 4 cowboys in the United States were black, and the population of African Americans in Colorado almost doubled, from 6,215 in 1890 to 11,518 by the time of the 1920 census. The exhibition series, The Colorado Sun, showcases the culture behind this history, our heroes brought back to life through the lens of their descendants. The Black Caucus would like to pay tribute to the homesteaders of Deerfield and the Dry and to the Colorado Sun. On request of Representatives Jennifer Bacon, Tony Exum, Leslie Herod, Eman Judah, and Nikita Ricks, given this 25th day of February 2022, State Capitol, Denver, signed Alec Garnett, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although difficult, homesteading was a great source of pride to African Americans. Black homesteaders, as recent descendants of slaves, demonstrated that they could find prosperity outside of structures like sharecropping and Jim Crow, and exercised their life of self-determination.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deerfield, Weld County, Colorado, located 30 miles south of Greeley in Weld County. Deerfield was the first and largest all-black community in Colorado, founded by O.T. Jackson and 7 families in 1911. Early pamphlets described Deerfield as a dream place where black farmers would farm and prosper together. The homesteaders used their arrogant skills, construction skills, to build their community. The settlement prospered until the Great Depression, but by 1921, the town had 200 to 300 residents and became nationally known by selling their goods during World War I. The town attracted businesses, the company to manufacture concrete blocks, a lumber and coal yard, a boarding house, and store. At its peak, also, it had a hotel, 2 churches, a school, and restaurant, and had a net worth appraised at $1,075. In 1995, the town was listed on the National Register of the Historic Places, National Park Service. It is a Colorado Registered Historical Landmark.
Representative Bacon.
And members, you can have a seat. Thank you. The second black homestead of record is known as The Dry, located in Otero County. The Dry was located in Otero County, just south of Manzanola. It was called The Dry because the community described the area as the dry land south of Manzanola. Founded in 1917, The Dry differed from Deerfield in that residents acquired their land through various homestead acts instead of purchase. The dry lands of the plains were hard to farm, and they relied on irrigation. 2 sisters, Josephine and Lenora Rucker, worked with George Swink to irrigate the land and recruit black families to live there. Eventually, 50 families settled there, and they opened a school. The Dry residents farmed, but eventually moved to ranching and raising livestock. The houses were more spread apart, but the residents became close to the surrounding cities. Uniquely, even in the face of the Klan, the Manzanola area community bond seemed to have extended to everyone, regardless of their color or ethnic background. The Dry has recently been discovered and is being lobbied to be a Colorado landmark. And members, there is a living member who lived in the Dry. The last family remained on that homestead until 1983, the Craigs. And we'd like to say hello, because she's tuning in, to Miss Alice McDonald, still living as a retired teacher in Manzanola. So if we could wave and say hi to Miss McDonald, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Son of Colorado is an exhibition series highlighting the untold story of blacks in the West, like Black Cowboys, the native and cultural legends of Colorado, which is the inspiration to unlocking the diversity rooted in Colorado. We have a special history in Colorado that is relevant today. A legacy untold, a story reborn, a history of heroes brought back to life through the refreshing lens of their descendants. The Son of Colorado series is a diversity and equity platform that has launched an educational experience to make sure no more stories of blacks in the West go untold, not only through history, but also through wearable art called Western Chic. This series is being held at the Clayton Members Club Hotel in Cherry Creek. I also want to acknowledge Chris Christmas. Chris Christmas is a 4th-generation Colorado native with a bountiful lineage. His great-uncle was a ranch owner during the 1800s, which is of importance because that was also during the time of the abolishment of slavery. Mr. Christmas' family is considered among the first pioneers of families ranching in the West. This is one of the untold Western stories, and there are many others like Black Cowboys and their cultural significance during this time. He now advocates for a more extensive representation of these early legendary pioneers within our history books. Chris Christmas is celebrating the legacy of blacks in the West through designer, artist, and legend showcase. There are many that we've already mentioned who are ranchers and farmers. This is also in partnership with Rockmont, another historical Colorado company. Members, we have been joined today by Chris Christmas, who is in the gallery. Can we honor and acknowledge him and give him a round of applause? We also want to pay tribute and give thanks to the whole Christmas family. We have Michelle Pullman Trail here, Managing Director. We have Peter Paul Scott, Brand Director, and Melanie Joyce Pullman, Designer, all here as well. Can we acknowledge them as well? Members, Black history and Black history in Colorado is definitely a part of the fabric of who we are. We represent not only the urban areas of our state, but our families come from every single corner. We want to acknowledge and thank all of our historical figures, our Black cowboys, our homesteaders, and so many others who are continuing on this legacy right here in Colorado. And I also want to give thanks, as this is our last tribute for Black History Month, for your participation, for your lending us your ear, and really acknowledging the Black history that is embedded in our state. And also thank you to Madam Majority Leader for giving us permission to wear these lovely outfits outside of dress code. Thank you all. Thanks.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for celebrating with us Blacks in the West. In honor of that, we have a tradition from African American, which is tea cake, Southern tea cakes, and we invite you to grab one of them on the table, at the press table. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Soper and Representative Rich, but thanks to the Black Caucus for Black History Month and for the tributes every Friday. They have been wonderful and rich, and you guys have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Representative Rich, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the Grand Junction Area Chamber of Commerce to the People's House today. Yesterday, they came for legislative days, brought 2 buses of 63 people, business people from Grand Junction. Some are in the gallery here, some might be in the gallery in the Senate, but if you would welcome them to the People's House, that'd be great.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Is he gonna let you say it?
Yeah, man.
I'm sorry, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will say, for those of you who did attend the Grand Junction Chambers dinner last night, you had a real treat. For those of you who missed out, I'm sorry. It was really, really good. But they weathered a massive snowstorm to be able to come over here to our state capitol. And certainly if you have the opportunity to visit with some of the business folks from Grand Junction, I'd love for you to take that opportunity. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have permission from leadership to take off today after 2 o'clock. Whew. I'm a wild woman.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, folks, it's Mardi Gras, and Manitou Springs will be having our 30th annual Carnival Parade tomorrow. Mumbo Jumbo Cook-Off starts at 11. Parade starts at 1. It's going to be a great time. Only year we missed was last year, so it's going to be double the fun this year. And if you want to march in the parade or just stand on the sides, we'd love to have you down there. Look for me holding the C out front of the Carnival sign. So come on down to Manitou tomorrow. Thanks.
Very cool. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to welcome the Colorado Dental Association to the Capitol this morning. I lended my initial to the distribution of toothbrushes yesterday, so we'll all have excellent dental hygiene moving forward, whether or not we're wearing masks. I just wanted to let you know that they brought a group of people here today, so if you're seeing dentists out in the hallway, they're interested in talking with you about their policy goals. And they gave me a much longer script that I'm going to cut short for the day, but that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some students and their director here from Harrison High School District for Casby Legislative Day. Can't call out their names, I'll get fined.
Nah,
but we had a nice dinner last night, and these students are going to be into electrical engineering, sports medicine, philosophy, and there's one way in the back, AJ, that has a boyfriend. So say hi to him. Harrison School District 2, welcome.
I think maybe on behalf of AJ, I should fine you for that.
on behalf of her.
Yeah, but welcome to the chamber. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to give a shout out as a Harrison High School alum to the Panthers up there. Y'all are doing amazing work, defeating all of the odds, defying all of them, and I can't wait to see some of you all serving in this chamber representing our hometown of Colorado Springs, but also to see everywhere you all go. We're so proud of you. Thanks for being here today.
Further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over third reading of bills, or bill, singular, until Monday, February 28th.
Seeing no objection, third reading of bills will be laid over until Monday, February 28th. That brings us to general order, second reading of bills. Representative Byrd. Thank you, Representative Byrd. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Byrd will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is not relaxed. Just kidding. I wanted to see if you were listening. It is indeed relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first bill on the calendar.
House Bill 1038 by Representatives Doherty and Van Beber, also Senators Moreno and Gardner, concerning client-directed legal representation for youth in court proceedings for youth.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1038 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report reflects an amendment we worked on with stakeholders. Essentially, some stakeholders had concerns about broad access to information. So we were able to work on an amendment to clarify the access to ensure the information is appropriate and not a violation of any privileges. Thank you.
Right. Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the committee report say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1038 brings to us today the topic of who is in the discussion, who is the most important part of a discussion and a conversation about their future in the life of a foster child. So children in dependency and neglect cases often have all of the rules, the requirements, the demands of them placed upon them without their input, without their ability to be a part of the conversation over the course of their future. And so this bill is about children in dependency and neglect proceedings having a direct interest in being a party to decisions being made on their own behalf. They deserve to have that right codified. The child needs to have their interests considered when making decisions related to their own health and well-being. Foster children, and especially children in dependency and neglect cases, as they move throughout the system and are in custody in the care of the state of Colorado or their particular counties, have a difficult time formulating coping skills and the ability to do their job in being a functional human being. They struggle with handling family relationships, and so this bill brings to the forefront having an independent client-directed counsel to help guide all of those decisions, where that child's input is being taken into consideration in a legal manner. Most importantly, providing for client-directed counsel will protect the child from undue influence from family and friends potentially connected to dependency and neglect cases.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1038? Seeing none, the question before us, Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Okay. Okay, Amendment L003 has been properly displayed. Who would like to tell us about this amendment? Representative Doherty.
Thank you. This is a clarifying amendment we worked on with the Colorado Bar Association, and it clarifies for the attorney that the attorney is the one for determining responsibility if there's a conflict with multiple siblings and who is able to have an attorney appointed to them. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L003 is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1038? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption and the passage of House Bill 1038. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1038 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165 by Representative Snyder and Soper, also Senators Lee and Gardner, concerning implementation of the Committee on Legal Services recommendations in connection with legislative review of state agencies' rules.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Soper.
I move House Bill 1165, and there's no committee report.
Okay, House Bill 1165 has been moved. Who would like to tell us about the bill? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the annual rule review bill. It's one that we pass every single year. But I just wanted to refresh you a little bit on the history of the rule review process. Colorado was a leader in 1976 when we created a robust system for reviewing rules adopted by executive agencies and executive departments. Under 24-4-103 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, any rule adopted or amended from November 1st to October 31st automatically expires on May 15th of the following year unless the General Assembly acts to continue the rule. Every rule or amended rule must be submitted to the Office of Legislative Legal Services, who are our attorneys, for review to make sure that the rule is not ultra vires, meaning going against statute or the Constitution. They also check to make sure that the agency has the proper authority to even be engaging in the rule. And if our attorneys decide that the rule does not meet the muster of law, then we will hold a special hearing, and the Committee on Legal Services acts as an appellate court, and both Representative Snyder and I sit on that committee. Last year I was vice chair of the committee, and we will decide whether or not the rule should be continued or not. Over 600 rules, I'm almost done. Over 600 rules were reviewed last year, so that's a lot of work for our attorneys. Our attorneys do a lot more than just draft bills and amendments for us during session. When we're not in session, they're actually doing a lot of work here.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And may I just say what an extreme honor and pleasure it is to serve with you.
Representative Snyder, I have got to return the sentiment. Thank you so much. I feel the same.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as my learned colleague said, this is an annual process. This year, 1165, the Rule Review Bill, staff has reviewed over 600 rules that were found throughout our work that we did last year. And only one of those rules was found to be deficient, and that happened to be the paid family leave that was put in place by Governor Polis, and they basically found that it did not meet the standard of matching the prevailing actions and things that are done in other states and other areas like this. So that was the only one that was rejected. The rest of the 600 are ready to go. So with that, I'd ask for a yes vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1165? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption and passage of House Bill 1165. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Thank you. The ayes have it. House Bill 1165 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 15.
Senate Bill 15 by Senator Holbert, also Representative Titone, concerning representation of Douglas County on the Board of Directors of the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is a pleasure and an honor to serve with you, Representative Titone.
I move Senate Bill 15.
Senate Bill 15 has been moved to the bill. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this is the simplest bill you'll probably see this year. We're adding one word to the statute. And the reason why we're doing that is because the Mile High Flood Control District is made up of a whole bunch of counties in the metro area, including Douglas County. But when Douglas County was, in 1969, when this district was formed, there was less than 10,000 people there. So they didn't have a board member on the flood control district because there weren't enough people to be represented. But since then, the population has risen to 380,000 people, of which 275,000 live in the district. And Douglas County taxpayers contribute 10% of the revenue of the district currently. So they are being taxed without representation. That might sound familiar to you. So we're adding Douglas County to the board so that way they have representation with the tax money that they go through. And I ask you for an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to address this bill primarily because Representatives Van Winkle and Neville can't speak back when it comes. So I'd like to say some really horrific things about Douglas County. Not a great county. Nobody likes it there. There's some good beers that are grown there, to be fair. But actually, no, I support this bill, and I support it in committee. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Yes. Come on up with me if you like.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my fellow representative who also represents Douglas County. In coordination with Representative Neville and Representative Van Winkle, would like to counter the, I'm going to use the word, insidious things that were just said at this microphone a moment ago. This is a necessary and proper and important bill, and it was all of one word long, and we deeply appreciate Representative Titone bringing Douglas County into the fold, where they've been contributing for many years financially and need that representation for their contributions. So thank you, Representative Titone, for carrying this bill, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too would like to thank Rep. Titone for carrying this bill on behalf of Douglas County. Thank you so much for doing that. I also need to say that I don't believe we should be allowing slander at the well, Madam Chair. So when Rep. Gray was up here slandering Douglas County, I think maybe we need to have a little bit of a talk about that. But with that, I urge an aye vote on the bill. And again, I thank you for bringing it.
Fines are in order.
Representative Ransom, I appreciate the feedback, and it is duly noted. And we will have a discussion with our colleague from Broomfield County about some well etiquette. Yes. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think all that rhetoric might have been a little bit of water over the dam. But adding another commissioner to this thing, might dilute the coverage just a little bit. But I think it's a good bill.
My compliments to Representative Pico, always. All right, members, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 15 passes. Assistant Minority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Majority.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1153.
All right. Members, you've heard the Assistant Majority Leader, and we will now hear House Bill 1153. Mr. Siebel, please read the title of House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Tipper and Esgar, also Senators Bridges and Moreno, concerning affirming parentage by adoption for a person who did not give birth when the child is conceived as a result of assisted production.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report and House Bill 1153.
All right. The bill and the committee report have been moved to the committee report. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we put on one amendment that clarified some language around this process to essentially adjudicate parental rights, affirm adjudication of parental rights, I should say. We brought it in line with the current law in Colorado, which is to say that adoption adjudications can't happen until after the child is born. And then also just clarify that there isn't intended to be any presumption if an individual doesn't move forward with this process, that there's no presumption against them with respect to parentage. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of give folks a little background on what this bill does, it streamlines a process for individuals who use assistive reproductive technology to have their children. We have a situation that occurs with both same-sex and opposite-sex couples that if they use assistive reproductive technology, so for example, IVF or IUI or even a surrogate, and as part of that process, you have either egg or sperm donors, there are these kind of legal gaps in our framework that say those individuals while they'll be on the birth certificate and there's a presumption of parentage, they aren't actually fully adjudicated under a court unless they go through an adoption process. So the way that this actually works out, so for example, you could have, let's take opposite sex couple, for example. You could have a mom and a dad that want to have children and for some reason are not able to. And they are going to work with a surrogate in another state. And we'll take a state that has specific rules, in Idaho, for example, and say that the mom is not able to use her eggs, so she uses a donor, which is often, if the surrogate is amenable, it would be the actual surrogate's donor eggs. And it's dad's DNA. And the surrogate successfully
carries the baby to term, the baby is born. In certain states, the only parent allowed to be on the birth certificate is the parent that's related by DNA, so the dad. Even though by contract everyone agrees the surrogate has no parental rights, the surrogate does not want to be the parent, the surrogate is doing this incredible thing to give mom and dad the baby. And so in those circumstances, the baby's born, dad, because dad's DNA is part of the baby, is on the birth certificate. But they live in Colorado. In Colorado, in order for mom to actually be recognized as a legal parent, she has to adopt the child. Okay? It's extensive, it's costly, it requires background checks, fingerprinting, home visits. And it's not really an adoption. There's no doubt, even in the court size, that the intention was always for mom and dad to be the parents of the baby. So what this does is it streamlines a process for individuals in those circumstances. And as my co-sponsor will explain, it really has a disproportionate effect on same-sex couples that use ART to ensure that an individual's parental rights are legally recognized, not just in Colorado, but outside of the state of Colorado in a way that is as least burdensome as possible. And with that, I ask for your support on the bill.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, I just want to thank my co-prime on this bill. When I brought this issue up to her, she absolutely stood up and said, yes, I'm going to help you with this bill. It's important. Many of you know that my amazing daughter is 7 months old, and many of you saw me go through the entire pregnancy last session. But what many of you may not know is the baby that I carried and delivered is actually my wife's genetics. It was her egg that we used to create our embryos. And it was in the middle of our pregnancy when Heather started really kind of digging in and looking at different issues to see what we needed to do to prepare to be a same-sex couple with a baby in this world, that she realized she actually has more rights to the embryos we still have frozen than she actually has to our daughter. Heather has to adopt her own daughter. I said, this can't be true. This can't be what the law is. And sure enough, that's what the law is. And it goes a little farther to say the adoption process that we have in law right now is a step-parent adoption. Heather is not Marlo's stepmother. Heather is her mother. Heather should not have to go through a step-parent adoption to have the legal right to our daughter. Shall something happen to me and we have not completed this adoption process, Heather would have to fight to keep our child. That is not fair. That is not equitable. We assumed that we live in Colorado where both same-sex couple parents' names can be on the birth certificate. We were in the clear. That's what happens with most same-sex couples who have births. You put the names on the birth certificate and you move on. Both names are on the birth certificate, but that's not enough to give us protection. When we realized that this was an inequity in the law, Heather asked me, what are we going to do about it? And here we are, Colorado. Here we are, trying to do something about this. This isn't the fully equitable way that I hope same-sex couples get to a point where we can be there, but this streamlines the process. This says that we don't have to have a costly in-home study to approve Heather as a parent. Heather doesn't have to be fingerprinted or have her criminal offender record searched. We don't have to have verification that Marlo actually isn't a stolen or missing child. We can move forward in a less costly way. We're privileged already as it is to afford IVF. Add on top of it the cost of an adoption. That's a lot for a couple to take in. And there's many couples in this state who don't have that ability. So this gets us one step closer to equity in people who want to develop and raise families in this state, who want to raise loving children in this state. So I appreciate your time in listening to this important bill. It may not seem like a big deal to many, but to a few of us, this is life-changing. So thank you very much again for helping with this bill. I ask all of you for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually disagree with the majority leader about whether this is important, it seem important or not. Parenting is the hardest thing that a lot of us have to do. It's also the most rewarding thing that we have to do. But I'm a straight white man who, conceived his children all in the normal ways. But I also love my children very much. And the idea that I had to fill out a bunch of government forms in order for the government to recognize that my child was my child would drive me crazy. It would drive me absolutely crazy. I have 2 children. You've seen them. They're here quite often. They'll be here again soon. But there's nobody who's raising a child who should have to say to the government, I got to fill out all these forms to show that my child is my child when I was there the day that he or she was born. I've been raising them this whole time, but now there's a bunch of paperwork to say my child is my child. Like there's a cost to that, and it's a cost that nobody should have to pay. So I've been proud to vote for many bills in this House. So this is one of the ones I'll be the most proud to vote for because parenting is hard, and no parent should have to go through rigmarole just to show that they're the parent of the young person that they are caring for. So thank you very much to the bill sponsors for bringing this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just coming up to speed on this, but I wanted to ask the bill sponsors, can you advise how many children this affects in Colorado? Thank you.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hanks, thank you for the question. I don't know the number on that. What I will say is that the courts, as the representative mentioned, have been trying to do a step-parent adoption, which is kind of like fitting a square peg into a round hole. It doesn't really match. And lately what's happened is the courts have said, wait a minute, in order to proceed with a step-parent adoption, and I'm simplifying, we have to terminate someone's parental rights. But there's no parent to terminate. So now what they've said is, okay, in my example, mom who's adopting, Mom, we're going to terminate your parental rights so then you can proceed with the step-parent adoption, but it's this endless loop because when you terminate someone's parental rights, they can't then adopt. So it's a legal problem that we need to fix with this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have gone through assisted reproductive therapy. Let me tell you, I had multiple miscarriages. I had people who said, oh, it's okay, you'll have another one. I've had relatives who have said, I just have to look at my husband and I'll get pregnant. Going through assisted reproductive therapy is emotional. It is humiliating. And to have to go, and I went through multiple assisted reproductive therapy, to have my 2 absolutely wonderful children. It took 8 years to have my son, and he is the light of my life. To have to go through that, and then to have to prove that I'm a parent, I'm appalled. So I'm strongly in support of this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was asked offline, and I'm happy to give the answer to this if other states have done this. And the answer to that is yes. And let me just find this list real quick so it can be helpful for folks. The states are Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, DC, which is obviously not a state, Illinois, Wyoming, New Mexico, Nevada, the state of Washington, California, and North Dakota.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption and passage of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1153 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1086.
House Bill 1086 by Representatives Sullivan and Bacon, also Senators Field and Jaquez Lewis, concerning prohibiting openly carrying firearms at a voting location.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1086 on second readings. We have no committee report.
Okay, House Bill 1086 has been moved. Representative Sullivan, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we are asking for your support on House Bill 1086, the Vote Without Fear Act. Not surprisingly, this passed out of committee on a party line vote. The declaration of this legislation states, Colorado Constitution guarantees free and open elections. The Office of the Secretary of State was a prime stakeholder of this legislation. The job description and mission of the Department of State includes ensuring the integrity of our elections. The staff of that department works tirelessly in preparation of our elections, and they have a core group of volunteers who assist them during the election season. We are striving to make sure that everyone has the ability to vote without fear. In the times we live in, that includes intimidation of individuals who are open carrying within 100 feet of polling places. We already have legislation preventing electioneering in this same space, and voter intimidation statutes apply. Recent occurrences and public threats make this legislation necessary. My hope was that this would be a debate that would center around free and open elections. I was not naive that other subjects would be discussed. The support of the Department of State and the Secretary, I had hoped, would have made this a voting issue. In our committee presentation, that quickly became clear that our opposition only saw this as another gun bill. A public opposition that continues to consist of only 3 individuals, as it has for some time, one who is paid to spread fear, and 2 others that repeat the same study notes from the past decade. It doesn't create gun-free zones. It doesn't infringe on the rights of law-abiding gun owners. It's not another gun grab. It doesn't take us down a slippery slope to registry and confiscation. Our First Amendment rights are muted within this 100-foot space, since we can't talk about our favorite candidates, nor anything that endorses said candidates. This has been in effect for decades, yet we have the ability to speak freely in public. State-run media has not taken over. Our airwaves are still free. The same will be in effect for gun owners should we pass this legislation. The only difference will be that within a 100-foot space of where we vote in this state, you won't be fearful of the intimidation of individuals who feel the need to open carry their firearms, while the rest of us just want to go to the polls and vote. I ask for your vote to pass House Bill 1086, the Vote Without Fear Act, and I await the conversation.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Sullivan. I grew up listening to a bunch of stories around the table, and I still am. And one story was told that sticks with me about a man coming home from war and registering people to vote. But when they showed up to vote, they were met by hundreds of armed men to, quite frankly, turn them around, and they succeeded. was at another dinner table and we heard about another story about how armed men stood at the entrance of polling places, at both entrances and both sides of the building, and people were intimidated from voting and they went home. The first story took place in 1946 and it was told by Medgar Evers. And the second story happened just last year in Littleton. The truth of the matter is, we know that weapons, and when they're present, provide a certain type of intimidation. This is an undisputed psychological fact. And we know that when squaring off our First Amendment and Second Amendment rights, that there is settled law around removing guns from, quote, sensitive places like schools and government buildings. At the end of the day, we're in a place in 2022 where we're still having conversations that we had during the civil rights movement about people being intimidated from voting. It's unfortunate that we're having this conversation, but since we have to, this bill makes clear how we believe people should feel when they are exercising their most fundamental right. So we do look forward to the debate. The bill is simple. We know the presence of weapons openly put an anxiety on people that they shouldn't have to contemplate as they're exercising their most fundamental of rights, the most fundamental of rights to which this country is known for around the world and trains other people in other countries on how to do. So we thank you all for your consideration today. And we do have some amendments that we want to add as well.
Do we add those now? Ah, great.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be shown on the screen. Do you have a copy?
No, we didn't have to.
Okay. Amendment L001 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Representative Bacon, please tell us about this amendment.
Thank you, members. This amendment was negotiated with CML and a lot of other counties and county commissioners in regards to the security that they need provided at their buildings year-round. So this amendment includes who may be in the space with the presence of firearms, and that is particularly security guards who are uniformed and who've gone through RFP processes to be contracted to be there. So we again brought this in conjunction with CML and county clerks and county commissions to be sure that their security can be present in the event that law enforcement does not cover their spaces. So we ask for an aye vote.
Okay, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001. Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You can leave your things there. I'm just going to stand to the side. So when you're offering this amendment, am I to understand that this is any security that is currently contracted? And I guess my real question is, how often is the contracted security a private company? How often is it law enforcement? Exactly what is your understanding of how often these individuals are there?
Can I ask you?
Representative Bacon.
Can I ask you, when you say how often are they there, do you mean literally like frequency?
No, what I was
Minority
asking, the
Leader
prevalence.
McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My apologies. The prevalence of private contracted security.
And members will work through the chair. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. So my understanding is we've heard from the county clerks in that they will contract with security to be at their buildings year-round. This also includes, for example, libraries where there are drop boxes and other spaces where the counties have gone through RFP processes, putting out, requests for folks to come and be security. So a big part of this bill was to recognize that they have presence year-round and that we didn't want them to not be present during the election cycle.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're saying they have presence year-round, but this is only security that's contracted to be working in the building?
Representative Bacon.
I'm unsure. I can find clarification of that. What we were trying to solve for is that there are places and polling places that may not have law enforcement present, or the law enforcement doesn't have the capacity to cover all the places. So we do understand that security may be called for that. We also understand that security may be present year-round. But to my knowledge, that is my understanding. I can ask further questions.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And am I to understand that law enforcement is in no way impacted by this bill, so that law enforcement can openly carry the firearms they need for their job when they are voting at a polling place, whether or not they're there for the purpose of security or not?
Representative Bacon.
The way the bill is written currently is it does exclude law enforcement, particularly through their post-certification. I'm unsure if it's for off-duty presence. I'll read a little bit further and get answers to that question.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I guess then the continuation of that thread is, what is it about private security? Would it be any private security who has the kind of training that you're asking for, whether or not they're on duty at that facility or not? Or is it only people who are contracted to be at that facility for the purposes of work?
Representative Bacon.
That is for the purposes of work. That is our understanding for this amendment.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to Arapahoe County, they let us know that it's a pretty much an even mix between law enforcement and private security firms that have been there over the years.
Representative Bacon.
I'll also point out on page 3 of the bill, Section 2, line 17, this section does not apply to a peace officer as described in 16.2.5101, acting within the scope of the peace officer's authority and in the performance of the peace officer's duties.
Is there any further discussion on the passage of Amendment L001 or adoption? Seeing none, Amendment yeah. Is there any objection to the adoption of Amendment L001? Seeing none. Objection. Okay. I'm going to call a voice vote. All those in favor of the passage of Amendment L001 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. I'm going to put the committee into a brief recess.
Oh wait, we get to stand?
Okay. Committee of the Whole will now come back to order. A division has been called. The question, the question is the adoption of Amendment L001. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay, just to make sure we're on the same page, all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the passage of Amendment L001, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Yes, this is standing for in favor of the passage of Amendment L001. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Okay, you may be seated. Amendment L001 is passed. To the bill. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have another amendment. We have Amendment L002, and we ask that it be displayed. I move it. I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, Amendment L002 has been displayed. Who would like to tell us about this amendment? Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. This amendment adds to the legislative declaration by clarifying that nothing in this bill would prevent anyone covered by the exemptions in this bill from being prosecuted under the existing Voter Intimidation Act. It also adds expectations for uniformed security guards only because they are defined differently than other law enforcement or peace officers than post. So it says even though that they're contracted, they are still also responsible for ensuring that their presence doesn't have an intimidating effect on voters. So this amendment takes the LegDec and adds it into statute so that it will be clear and published within the statute books of the intentions.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L002 passes. To the bill.
We ask for your aye vote.
Representative Sullivan. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the adoption or the passage of House Bill 1086? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take issue with the claims of the bill sponsors that all these things are happening and have happened. I take claim with the bill sponsors that this does not infringe on Second Amendment rights.
So, Representative Holtorf, I think it's a good time to level set at this point. Let's keep our comments addressed towards the bill. We won't question the credibility, the intent, or the motive of bill sponsors. Please again remain focused on the substance of the bill, and that's how our discussion will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership. I want to point out, now, being a country boy from eastern Colorado, I know that I may not know everything about the law, and I don't have the privilege of many of you who have gone to law school. But I believe, Madam Chair, that Phil Weiser is the Attorney General, and that's the highest, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the highest authority on law in the state of Colorado. Would that be correct, Madam Chair?
Again, Representative Holtorf, this is your opportunity for comments, and let's stay to the bill.
Well, I would ask the bill sponsors, I think one of them went to law school, maybe both of them, I don't know, if they could confirm this for me. But Phil Weiser is the Attorney General. And I'm looking at a letter that came from his office, dated October 19th, 2020. The title of this memo is Public Advisory on Voter Intimidation Crimes and Poll Center Security. I'll read first the opening paragraph. Actually, no, I'm going to read the second paragraph first. Voter intimidation. Now, granted, this is from the Attorney General. These are not my words. Colorado, this is your Attorney General, the highest legal scholar in the state, who has the job of protecting all of your rights. If I misspeak, I welcome the lawyers to come up here and help educate me. The subject is voter intimidation. Now I'm going to read this slow so even the people in Elba, Colorado can get it. For those of you that have been to Elba, Colorado, I have. It's in my district, it's in my home county. The Colorado Uniform Election Code protects the safety and security of Colorado's voting process, ballots, and voters. These are the words of Phil Weiser, the Attorney General. Intimidating a voter is a crime under which both federal and Colorado law provides that voter intimidation occurs when a person either directly or indirectly or through other person acts on his or her behalf, acts to, 1, interfere, impede, or prevent the free exercise of voting by any elector. 2, compel, induce, or pressure an elector to A, vote, B, refrain from voting, or C, vote for or against a particular candidate or ballot initiative. It further states, voter intimidation is a misdemeanor offense enforceable by the state's district attorneys and attorney general, punishable by a fine of up to $1,000 or up to 1 year in prison or both. So it's very clear that Colorado statute, and I think we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this, ladies and gentlemen, it's very clear that Colorado does not need this law. House Bill 22-1086. We don't need it. In eastern Colorado, we don't want it. Many of us where I'm from are not fearful. We don't see a firearm and shake and quiver and have this terrible covering of fear. Now, a person that is mentally deranged or unstable, or somebody that is a criminal with intent to do harm, then you might have concern for alarm. But fear is not in our lexicon. Now, getting back to this memo. This advisory provides guidance on the crime of voter intimidation, its penalties, and how to report violations should a person witness or be a victim of voter intimidation to a voter service and polling centers, or elsewhere. Colorado voting process is easy to use, safe. Oh, hold on, did I say safe? This is the Attorney General speaking, not me. Secure, and secure. And voters are entitled to cast their votes absent any pressure, intimidation, or threatening behavior. Did I mention this is the Attorney General's words, not mine? The state intends to secure the security of Colorado voting process and will protect electors' rights to vote comfortably and safely. As such, the state will enforce the law and will prosecute persons for intimidating voters. At this time, I'm going to pass this on to some other colleagues. I have further information that I will share today with regard to this. But I do have strong objection to the premise of this bill and to the argument that is made that we need this bill in Colorado statute. And the biggest objection I have is the title of this bill. It misrepresents what happens in Colorado in this year and will misrepresent what happens in Colorado in future years. Madam Chair.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill for a number of reasons. But I first had a question for the sponsors, and it was one that I wasn't real sure of just from listening to the debate. But I was wondering, what is the example, or what are the incidents that led to this bill coming forward? If there was actually a prosecution, or if there was a fact pattern that happened last election, or in the 2020 election? And I just wondered if maybe I could get a quick answer.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. We heard from the county clerk in Arapahoe County the incident that I shared in my opening. There were two people armed who stood with open carry arm that stood at the entrance of polling places. The voters told the clerk and the staff they were intimidated. Law enforcement was called, but ultimately the people were not arrested. And that is why we're bringing the bill. There is not clarity in the voter intimidation laws around the open carry of weapons and if it's intimidation through that. So that was the impetus for writing up this bill as an incident. And that is also the purpose of the bill, to provide clarity to law enforcement about the presence of open carry guns, and that is an offense.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bacon. I greatly appreciate that clarification. I have a different perspective. We certainly have laws on the books that talk about menacing and intimidation, and I would love to be able to sit down and have a conversation with the Arapahoe County DA, who I actually happen to know, and ask him why it was that they didn't go ahead and bring some of these heftier charges, which are actually more severe than what's being proposed in 1086. I do want to talk to one issue that is of grave concern to me in this bill. And I call it the "you forgot your raincoat" crime. Imagine with me for a moment that you're a rancher in western Colorado, and it's election day, and you're running to go vote. You have your pistol on your side. As you run in, all of a sudden now you're faced with this law. I'm assuming it's going to make its way to the books. Now you're facing a $1,000 fine and 364 days in the county jail. But you have your concealed carry permit as well, but you just forgot your raincoat. So if you had been able to throw on your raincoat, you'd be able to avoid what's being proposed here. Now, let's say you walk to the polling place. Maybe you don't have a car. Now, all of a sudden, what do you do with your firearm? Because you're caught between wanting to be able to vote or face being disenfranchised. Do you leave your firearm under a bush outside the courthouse? It's a practical question, and one that is not contemplated within the bill at all. I'm one who definitely likes to respect the rule of law. I do not believe anyone should be in a position of fear when voting at all, which is why I asked myself, is there anything on the books currently? Well, if you turn into your statute books, those little red books in the back of the chamber, you'll find 18-3-206 that talks about menacing. And in a few days, the definition of menacing is going to slightly change. So I will read you the new definition that comes into force on March 1st of 2022, because it would apply to what I believe the impetus of the bill really is. If someone is in fear of being able to exercise their right to vote because someone next to them is open carrying. And I think you would agree that this would also apply. A person commits the crime of menacing if by any threat or physical action, so you could actually say that the physical action is there, he or she knowingly places or attempts to place another person in fear or immediate seriously bodily injury. Menacing is a Class 1 misdemeanor, but it is a Class 5 felony if committed by the use of a firearm, knife, or bludgeon, or similar firearm, knife, or bludgeon. We already have a statute on the books that if someone is actually using their firearm to intimidate a voter, they would be guilty of a felony, and that action would be prosecuted. We don't need to create something new in the statute books that has a chilling effect on a Coloradan's right to be able to peacefully and civilly exercise their Second Amendment rights. And we don't need the "I forgot my raincoat, so therefore it's a crime" on the books. Members, I would ask for a no vote. I do hope you think about the practical implications that this bill raises. Because I can definitely foresee many scenarios where someone is going to wander into a polling location and they're going to have questions about where do I put my firearm. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I stand in opposition of this bill. But I'm coming in with open ears, willing to listen, willing to learn. But what I'd like to know is, we're here to solve problems. If our constituents have concerns, we're here to listen and address them. I respect that. Me personally, this is my 5th session. I have yet to get one phone call from a constituent saying, gosh, I went to go vote and was intimidated by somebody with showing a firearm on their belt. Just curious, a lot of people have been here. How many phone calls have you all got with this complaint? You got 1. You got 0. So we got 1. Okay. Love to hear their stories. 0, right? Okay. Love to hear the stories. So, because it's it is a grip. I'm sure it's a gripping problem that just happens. But back to the bill. Whenever we discuss these bills, obviously it's a broader discussion of our Second Amendment rights. That's what we're looking at. Some people feel it's okay, some people feel it's not to have these certain restrictions. But when I look at the bill, I look at what it's trying to make illegal. You have a constitutional right to carry that firearm. So it looks like this bill wants to make your constitutional right illegal. That's my interpretation. So what if somebody standing in front of a poll place says, re-elect President Biden? Do we can make our First Amendment illegal? Is that next? So that's what it is. It's clear. You don't want, or this bill restricts somebody from exercising their God-given constitutional right. I mean, there's no way to get around it. You have a right to carry that firearm. It's in our Constitution, the law of the land. But a state bill can override it? Yeah. I don't think so. Unfortunately, we don't have that power. Just like we don't have the power to make your First Amendment right illegal in front of a polling place. I think, we all get offended by what we see. Some people may get offended by seeing a weapon. I may get offended by somebody saying they like this candidate. But this is their right. It's my right to get offended. But just because I get offended, I can't cancel their constitutional rights. Just because I interpret something as bad when they have a God-given constitutional right to do it, doesn't mean I can just cancel their constitutional right. Because if we could do that, gosh, the things that we would make illegal. Because I get offended by things all the time. So I just want to start that. I'll be up here a few times today. But that's the kind of where I'm going to start my discussion. One final comment on this time that I'm up here, since we're discussing Second Amendments. If anybody wants to know why you should have an AR-15 and 30 rounds, it's on the news on every channel. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what is going to be good about this, we'll have a debate about some of the merits. And I think that's really important because when we see unnecessary legislation, a lot of times what it really makes us do is go back to the books and say, what's already on the books in terms of this? And I'm going to raise a question that I think that is very important because it actually has to do with things the voters have voted on, and that's kind of important. The voters in this state, by a slim margin, suggested that we bring wolves back to the state. Now, you may say that has nothing to do with the bill we're hearing about. It has a lot to do with it. Because when we talk about the things the voters have asked for and the unintended consequences of those things, we've heard about a lot of cattle being attacked by wolves especially up in North Park. How many of you people know about North Park? It's on the other side of the Rewa Mountains. It's between Fort Collins and Steamboat, if you will. It's a beautiful place. You ought to go see it sometime. But there is actually a pack of wolves that came down from Yellowstone that's been killing cattle there. And the reason I mention this is that there are a lot of ranchers in that area that don't live adjacent to their pastures. Their pastures might be 20 or 30 miles away, and because of the way county roads work, they might have to go 30 or 40 miles to get there. And if I'm going up to check on my cattle in a pasture, I just might take a firearm because that's exactly what I need to do to protect my herd. And if I hop in the truck to take my firearm to go protect that herd, and I think on the way I'll go vote because I'm going to be in town and I might not be in town another day, and I hop out of the truck and I go throw my ballot in that ballot box, I have just become a criminal. So just stop and think about that for a minute. Number one, we already have laws on the books about intimidation and being able to vote freely. We actually do have books about whether or not you can say things within 100 feet of a polling place. My colleague's a little incorrect on that. But the reason why we have those is so that someone cannot be dissuaded from voting because of an overt action. What we're here talking about today is not only an unnecessary bill, but literally a signal of, well, we don't like this activity, and so therefore we're going to criminalize it. You're about to have to make a decision on whether or not that rancher on his way to go do the work that he has to do so that y'all can eat is now going to be a criminal when he steps out of his truck to drop that ballot in that ballot box. You heard me ask some rather pointed questions about whether or not the security at a facility was going to be allowed to openly carry the firearm they're licensed to have. Reason why I asked that question is because I would ask you, how do you know? Do you conduct an interview with that person and say, how is it that you came to be here with a firearm openly displayed? I know there's a law against this. How is this that this happened? No. You're going to make an assumption. Now, that assumption could be one of two ways, right? It could either be you must be at work and therefore allowed to have this, or you are now breaking the law. This gets so simply down to, do you need a law to say any of the things this law says? You do not. Do you want to have a law that would do any of the things this does? No, you should not. Will you negatively impact the lives of Coloradans who live a life much unlike your own because you do not understand the simple elements of how they do their job? In many cases, yes. And that should be your stopping point right there. Your stopping point should be, could this have a negative impact on someone who otherwise would not be committing a crime? This would. It will. It is a no vote that should be for reserved laws like this for things that matter. This is not. This is a Second Amendment right to go do the work you need to do and not be interfered with by someone's assumption of something. And that is where I will land in the end. This bill turns our world of jurisprudence on its head. Because what does this bill say? It says you must not do this because it would be considered intimidation. Do we not have a system in this country, in this state, that says that you need to prove something? If you have an assumption, you need to find the evidence and prove it. Because if I'm that rancher and I'm on my way to my pasture and somebody says, I saw you with a firearm, don't you need to come and ask me what my intent was? Is it not innocent until proven guilty in this country still? Or have we moved into a whole new world where we can just say, I'm going to assume something about you and therefore you're now a criminal? I don't think that's the world any of you guys want to live in. But that is where we're heading with the kind of assumptions that this bill makes. It's a no vote. It's a no vote. This bill deserves a no vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition to House Bill 1086. We heard that there was one incident in Arapahoe County. So one incident happens, and now we want to have a state law to change everything in the entire state. But under Colorado Revised Statute 2911.7-104, a local government may enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law that prohibits the open carrying of a firearm in a building or specific area within the local government's jurisdiction. If a local government enacts an ordinance, regulation, or other law that prohibits the open carrying of a firearm in a building or specific area, the local government shall post signs at the public entrances to the building or specific area informing persons that the open carrying of firearms is prohibited in the building of or specific area. Now, Arapahoe County has commissioners. They could enact an ordinance to not allow open carry in Arapahoe County if they have fear of people open carry. There is no reason to have this bill and enforce this on the entire state of Colorado, because this is a one-off incident, and especially in rural Colorado, it makes absolutely no sense. I urge a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, much like my colleague from Mesa County and the Western Slope, who represents the exact opposite of the state in eastern Colorado, tell my colleagues in this chamber, we don't have this problem. It doesn't exist in Baca County. Doesn't exist in Kiowa County. I've got 9 counties. I'll tell you every one of them. Doesn't exist in Prowers County. Doesn't exist in Crowley County. Doesn't exist in Bent County. Doesn't exist in Lincoln County. Doesn't exist in Elbert County. Doesn't exist in Washington County. And I'm sure I can invite my colleague that represents the rest of eastern Colorado. And between the two of us, near half the state. Near half the state, ladies and gentlemen. As you continue to make that rural-urban divide wider with state mandates from on high, because you have a problem that you perceive in this county called Arapahoe, perhaps named after the Arapaho Indians. We better change that. All right, I digress. Madam Chair, I don't need the gavel. I'm going to fix myself here. I want to talk about a Colorado Public Radio News article. And I know CPR isn't well listened to out in eastern Colorado, but perhaps it is here by my colleagues in this chamber. Some of you listen to it every morning. Social media foments stories of voter intimidation, but local officials say, so far, they aren't true. Oh. So we're making up stories. Boy, I tell you, when I did that as a kid, I got the hickory. And I didn't do it again. Daddy made sure of that.
And Representative Holtorf,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
a brief reminder that we just want to make sure we don't get into any place where we're close to questioning motives or veracity of statements of colleagues. We're going to address our comments to the substance of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know my daddy was part of this body, but I do appreciate you. Now, I'm going to read this article to you. A man in Denver's Park Hill neighborhood incorrectly telling people dropping off ballots at a recreational center that they need a stamp before the ballot is accepted. That's one instance here. I'm not making this stuff up. You can fact check it yourself. Maskless protesters in Fort Collins deliberately intimidate voters worrying about COVID-19 and scaring them away from a ballot box. These are alleged stories. Gun-toting men in tactical gear in another Denver neighborhood demand IDs from voters at a ballot drop box. Now, the article says these stories all have one thing in common. Hold on. They're not true. Not my words, Madam Chair. Allow me to continue, fellow colleagues. There have been several things on social media, and it turns out that there's no evidence, says the Secretary of State, Jena Griswold. Now, this is 2020, the most recent election. Perhaps not at the local level, but definitely at the state level. The Secretary of State goes on to say voter intimidation is always illegal. And we will talk about all the state statutes that cover that today in length. And we will act very quickly, says the Secretary of State, who many of you voted for, doing her job to make sure voters have their voices heard, and quote, so far everything is going very well in the 2020 election. I'll continue. Everything you need to know about mail-in voting is online. And we have a very easy and permissive and simple voting system. In fact, most people in the state don't even go to polling stations. They vote by mail. They vote from the comfort of their own homes. What's the statistics? I'm going to ask Representative Luck to let me know that here in a little bit, if she would be kind enough to help me, because I'd really like to know. How many people vote from home? Is there intimidation? Is this an epic crisis, Colorado? I would say no. A flat, unequivocal no. Do we have to vote with fear in Colorado? Do we have to pass a law that says the Vote Without Fear Act? Well, I would say no. What is this? Well, this is everything that my people don't want to see, don't like to see, or are not interested in. More infringement and encroachment on their Second Amendment rights and their right to open carry everywhere and anywhere as responsible citizens. I digress. The two Denver stories started on a social media site, and I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to impugn these social media sites, Madam Chair, stating there are people standing at ballot boxes telling people they have to have a stamp. They're blocking the boxes so people can't drop off their ballots. Apparently they are focused on people of color. They're also asking the people who they voted for. There's already statutes against all of this. And local law enforcement can address all of these issues.
And
now, if there are
Representative
people in the
Holtorf?
chamber that know of these instances, I'd really like to hear about them.
Representative Holtorf, I think what would be helpful for all of us, as you seem to be coming close to digressing, if you would just remind us how your comments relate back to the bill. If you could do that periodically, that would be really helpful.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, here we are talking about the Vote Without Fear Act that says you cannot have firearms in these voting places. And oftentimes, the stories that come out and that are basis or claims for needing this state legislation, in fact, may not be accurate, correct, or true. So, ladies and gentlemen, and to the bill sponsors, if this is a real problem, come tell me in complete specificity what the problem was, when it happened, and why were voters fearful, and how many voters were fearful, as we try to put this law across the entire state, Madam Chair. I will tell you, we already have federal laws that address this. Allow me, fellow colleagues, to talk about the federal statutes, because it's already illegal to create fear in a voting place, federally. So, fellow colleagues, I'm going to introduce you to 18 United States Code 594, Intimidation of Voters. The title of or the definition of Title 18 is Crimes and Criminal Procedure. Under this United States Code, for you lawyers in the room, it's Part 1 under Crimes, Chapter 29, Elections and Political Activities, if you want to fact check me. Because many of you know I am very, very passionate about the facts and the truth. And that's not the truth as one might perceive it. That's the truth and the facts as they stand on the ground. What is real versus what is fiction. Fact and not fiction. So let me allow me to have the opportunity to talk about 594. I'll need my glasses, so if you'll bear with me. Intimidation of voters. Federal code here. Whomever intimidates, threatens, coerces, or attempts to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any other person for the purpose of interfering with the right of such other person to vote or to vote as he may choose, or of causing such other person to vote for or not to vote for any candidate. Now, obviously, this addresses federal candidates in this particular president, Vice President, Presidential Elector, Member of the Senate, Member of the House of Representatives, Delegate from the District of Columbia, or Resident Commissioners, at any election should solely or in part for the purpose of electing such candidate shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. Now, for those of you legal scholars and those of you that are study of history, this particular title has been revised, and in this particular case is needed to be revised. But that was in 1940, 1939, the revisions to this code. And then there was a consolidation, which we in this chamber called technical amendments, addressing phraseology. But I will tell you, we already have federal code addressing this, and we have a litany of state code that addresses this. But here we are, Colorado, trying to make more laws, create more statutes for the entire state, like we know the entire state, to solve the problems, perceived problems, that exist in the entire state, which are flat false, flagrantly false, and incorrect. Madam Chair, at this time, I'm going to yield the dais because I know that I have many colleagues that have much more to say about this issue, as do I.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1086? Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an absolute honor to serve with you, Representative Froelich.
I just came down for a moment to speak about fear and why it is in the title, and to state unequivocally, I have been afraid. I have been afraid when confronted with folks who are open carrying and angry with me for positions I've held. And I was afraid in committee recently with folks who had espoused violent views and who were talking to committee late into the night. I've been afraid when I've walked to my car after concerts at night. I think there's a large section of people in this room who have known the fear of walking in the dark to your car, walking in the dark to your car after work. We don't get to determine when other people feel fear. We get to determine how to make places safe for those folks.
And Representative Froelich, we'll just want to make sure we tie this back to the bill.
Okay, so it's just about fear in the title of the bill, and I would like, for one, not to feel fear in a polling place.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and normally I'd read the whole thing, but what's interesting here right now is page 3, line 21. This is the penalty phase. Any person who violates this section is guilty of a misdemeanor and, upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 364 days, or by both fine and imprisonment. So that's the penalty, but we still haven't found the problem. You know, there's a lot of times we hear, you're proposing a solution in search of a problem. Now we have a penalty in search of a problem. I look at the fiscal note, which I don't know how much you can count on those, but It's in the binder. And on the first page of HB 22-1086, prior conviction data. It indicates here, this bill creates a new offense of openly carrying a firearm in the proximity of a polling location, drop box, or central counting facility, an unclassified misdemeanor. To form an estimate on the prevalence of this new crime, and parenthetical here, that we don't even have evidence has been committed. The fiscal note analyzed the existing offense of possessing a weapon on school grounds as a comparable crime. From FY 2018 through 2019 to FY 2020 through 21, listen to this. 24 people have been convicted and sentenced for this existing offense. Now here's where the fuzzy math comes in. Of the persons convicted, 24 were male and 4 were female. I want to read that to you again. From fiscal year 2018-2019 to fiscal year 2020 to 2021, 24 people have been convicted and sentenced for this offense. 24 of the persons convicted, 24 were male and 4 were female. Demographically, 23 were white, 4 were black/African American, and 1 was Hispanic. So I mentioned fuzzy math. We don't even have fuzzy math on what the problem is on a crime that we already have on the books. And now we're adding a penalty for something we don't even know has happened anywhere. This is a penalty in search of a problem. This is a bad bill. It has an interesting title. I guess I have to look over here for it. The Vote Without Fear Act. Well, as some of my colleagues that preceded me, perhaps from the other side of the aisle, talked about fear at length, I don't know how we cure people's insecurities. You know, I think what we have here is kind of reminds me of FDR. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. And we got a problem. If people have too much fear, how do we cure that for another individual? It isn't through legislation like this. I'll leave it at that and hand it off. Thank you.
Representative Well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Well.
I come down to strong opposition to this bill. I have to tell you, in my lifetime, and I've been a voter since I was of age to vote, anywhere in my country that I represent or that I'm aware of, and I'm more aware of rural Colorado, I'll admit that, this is not an issue, never has been an issue, and I feel never will be an issue. So I really wonder where the intent of this bill is and what we're trying to solve. It's been said before by many of my colleagues, what are we trying to fix here? I don't get it. You know, I have to tell you, I have many friends that open carry every day. I've known a lot of them over 45 years, and every time I saw them, they were open carrying a pistol. These are good people. They've never committed any crimes. They just like to exercise their Second Amendment rights. And you know, we talk about fear. There's been a lot said about this, and fear is within the title of this bill. I fear every day we're losing rights. That's my fear. We're losing all of our rights. And this kind of bills are those kind of things that I fear. I can tell you that my constituents, they fear the policy that comes out of this building. I hear from it every time I'm home. Every time I'm mingling and mixing with my constituents, they show that fear. They fear losing their rights. Many of them fear the policy that's made in this building, because many of them fear the loss of their jobs, their livelihoods. That's been policy that came out of this Golden Dome. So there's true fear out there, but the fear concerning this bill is that they're going to lose a Second Amendment constitutional right. And I don't see this bill curing anything. You can still be at a polling place showing intimidation, whether you're open carrying with a firearm or not. I mean, you can be there with a baseball bat or whatever. This bill cures nothing. I stated that before, I'll state it again. I'm in strong opposition to this bill. It's not an issue anywhere I'm aware of, and we're not curing anything. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Well, I'm down here at the well to speak to you about some of the things that I'm hearing and about some of the things that are coming from home, some of the things that people are concerned about. Where I live, and for the area that I represent, this is an issue that has never even been contemplated. We don't really, the peanut gallery is working for me now. We don't ever really think about these kind of things. And you know, that's maybe because where we live is a little simpler. It may be a little easier to live there. But one of the things that keeps going across my mind is that in Denver, I believe in Denver, you're not allowed to carry open carry in the city limits of Denver. I'm not sure if that's a true statement or not. Maybe somebody could answer that. So you'd be putting this rule on top of that rule, and pretty soon we've got this layered cake of so many rules that, yep, pretty soon you're going to break one. You know, where I'm talking about, and I want you folks to hear this. If you're just doing your homework or you're working on your computer, look up for a minute. The width of this room is 65 feet. The width of this room at the ceiling, and I'll know if you're looking that you've been hearing. Look up at the ceiling. That's 80 feet from one wall to the other. 80 feet. This building is 80 feet wide. We're talking about a 100-foot limitation. 20 more feet. Now that's not just one direction. That's all four directions from that ballot box. In my community, that rule will cause most of my neighbors to break the law because they're not going to deliver their ballot, they're going to the post office. They're going to the DMV. They're going to places to do business. Not even thinking about the limitation that's been put on by this legislation. Now, are we expecting to go to that guy when he gets out of his pickup to go into the post office or to go into the store, that one of our law enforcement agents is going to go up to him and say, "I'm sorry, sir, but you're an open carry in a restricted area"? And we're not going about talking to the community of putting this in the newspaper or doing those kind of things to forewarn good, solid, decent citizens that have no arrest record. That they drive in uninformed to buy parts in the parts store, and all of a sudden, now they are looking at a $1,000 fine, 364 days in jail, all of the things. I'm not going to go through the bill, but I want to talk about the realities in places that you don't live. There are people that I represent that carry a weapon on their hip. And on voting day, I'm going to tell you this will happen. That they will have their ballot on the dash of the pickup, they'll drive up to the post office, they'll get out, walk across the street to the box, and put their ballot in the box. And I can tell you that for a fact. Because in the last election, I stood and visited with two of my voters, two of my constituents, not sure how they voted, didn't ask them. Illegal to ask. Stood there by that box, and we visited about the sheep, the pasture, what the price of hay was, all of the things that we do there. And at the same time, while we're there visiting, some of my other neighbors in that community walked up to the box right past these two guys and put their ballot in the box. I don't think anybody was aware that anybody was carrying an open carry weapon. So here's the thing. We're concerned that we're going to intimidate voters, but I'm not so sure we really are taking care of intimidation of voters, other than reaching out and taking a little sliver of the ability to own and carry a weapon. I'm not an open carry. I don't have a pistol. The reason? I've got way too bad a temper to carry a pistol. So I just don't carry it. I was raised by a man that was afraid of it, because he was afraid they might bounce around in the pickup or do some of those kind of things. When he was young, before I was born, the weapon went off in the cab of his pickup, got rid of pistols. And he passed that on to me. And I've passed it on to mine. That doesn't mean that I'm not affected by this piece of legislation. Because at some time I may decide that I want one. And I'm a believer that I would rather have it on the outside of my clothes than up underneath my arm. Because I'm not the kind of guy that would, stand around and stand on guard. But there have been times when I probably thought, I've thought, yeah, I wouldn't mind having one. But the point is this. I'm not the kind of guy you're after. But when you read this legislation, I am the man you're after. An average guy, an average citizen that's doing everything that he can, trying to do his best, and completely forgot. Walked up to that box and put his ballot in, and somebody says, "You've just broken the law." Folks, in my opinion, government's responsibility is to make it work rather than force it to not work. I understand motivations. I do those kind of things myself. But don't take the opportunity to vote and make an individual trade voting for carrying that pistol on his hip. It's not a good trade. It's not a good trade for you. It's not a good trade for you. It's not a good trade for us all. Americans have these rights. We have the right to vote. We have the right to bear arms. Let's not mix these two up. And let's not take an opportunity to create a situation in order to pass a piece of legislation that forces us to trade. There are some very good thinkers in this room. There are some attorneys in this room that if I was in trouble, I would probably go hire. And it doesn't matter which side of the aisle they're sitting on, because I appreciate their thoughts and their experience and their abilities. Let's not close our minds to vote yes for this bill and ignore those two things that we as Americans have the right to do. This is a bill that should be turned away. Honestly and truly, we have rules on the books that will take care of that menacing. One of my colleagues spoke about that. Let's use those rules. Let's use those laws. We're looking at a big election coming for all of us. Let's keep those polls open to any and every citizen that has the right to vote. Please, today, please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Representative Kipp, it is an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. So I wanted to tell you all a story. So as you know, I represent half of Fort Collins. In the election of 2020 in Fort Collins, something happened which I got a lot of email about. Basically, what happened was a bunch of people decided to hold a rally at the place where our election, our main sort of election center in the county is. And yeah, a political rally is not okay. And so that was broken up. But the reason I got a lot of emails is frankly because a lot of people at this particular political rally were open carrying, right? It was obvious that they had weapons, and I just got a lot of emails saying, this is not okay. I am feeling intimidated here. It is not okay that when I want to go vote, that a bunch of people are standing here with guns trying, and whether or not they're not trying to make me feel intimidated or not, I am intimidated. And consequently, for this bill, I have gotten many of my constituents reaching out and saying, please vote for this. We don't want this kind of thing to happen in our community. So I've also got emails from people saying, well, the word intimidation isn't even in the bill. Well, yeah. But if people feel intimidated, you can't legislate how people feel. And if people feel intimidated when they go to vote, that's the problem, because we want everybody to feel comfortable to go to vote. Yeah, a lot of people vote at home, but a lot of people, for whatever reason, may actually have to go into a polling center and cast their ballot. So I just wanted to share that story with you, because I keep hearing that this has never happened. Well, actually, it has in my community, and it's not okay. Thank you. I urge your support of the Vote Without Fear Act.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It not only is an honor, but it's a joy to serve with you.
Representative Baisley, I echo that sentiment. It is also a joy to serve with you.
Thank you so much. Folks, this is obviously addresses just the basics, American basics. Every 2 years, when folks who are honored by their neighborhoods, by their districts, to come represent them in this amazing place, we are sworn in by the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court to uphold the Constitution of the state of Colorado and the Constitution of the United States. And then every morning we come in here and we pledge allegiance to the same. It occurs to me that we ought to avoid proposing bills that pick away at the edges of those constitutional rights. This one in particular is addressed very strongly, not only in the United States Constitution, but also in the state of Colorado, even stronger. Right next to that, just before it, is the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and talks to freedom of speech. Now, if we do a comparison between the Second Amendment that's being challenged by this bill and the freedom of speech bill, think of it in like terms, if you would, for a moment, of the ugly art, offensive words that people will say and put on display. Sometimes those are things we do not want exposed to ourselves and family. But that's the reason why we have those constitutional amendments that we swear to uphold, because they need to be protected from our feelings, our preferences as legislators. That's the case with this bill as well. It's a preference because there's a fear, especially of city dwellers who are not used to that other part of the state, which is the biggest part of the state, where open carry is just a way of life. It's American. And that's not a fear to say, oh my gosh, let's not have this anywhere. Now, that's something to get used to, because it's covered in those amendments to the United States Constitution, and even more so in the Colorado State Constitution that we swear to uphold. This is addressing how it makes us feel when we see that. How does it make me feel when I see art that I find offensive? Well, our response should not be, well, I'm going to make a law to prevent myself from being offended or myself from being in fear from what I see someone else doing that is within their constitutionally protected rights for how they act. So this is just wrong on the most basic levels. There are, as has been addressed by Representative Catlin and others extensively here, there are other laws in place to appropriately address intimidation in the voting place, and that obviously not ought to exist, and we need to address that if we ever see it. And the examples given by the sponsors were like 80 years apart, the two examples given, and one wasn't even in Colorado. So this is not a prevalent issue that we need to create a whole new law that offends our constitutional rights for 5.5 million people. This is just a wrong way to go about addressing someone's concern, someone's discomfort. Instead, let's start thinking more like Americans. Let's start thinking more like Coloradans. And let's dismiss a bill like this with all due respect. This bill needs to go to history as one of those that we did not let pass on to the governor's office. Thank you, members.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1086? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor and joy to serve with you.
Representative Holtorf, it is also an honor and joy to serve with you.
That makes me feel very happy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome.
But when it comes to our civil liberties and our rights, it isn't about happy. It isn't about sad. It isn't about security or fear or other emotional drivers. So often we were driven as humans by emotion. I will tell you, when the founders wrote the Constitution, and they had more challenges then than we have now, I promise you, they were not driven by emotion. They were driven by a vision founded in principles of their time. Well, I asked colleagues in this chamber to think about what we're doing and what drives us as we move forward. Emotionally driven legislation is dangerous, that chips away at the foundational principles of this country and also of our state. Now, I would like to remind everybody in this chamber that we are a Rocky Mountain state. We're a Western state. I just had colleagues this morning celebrating the Western heritage of immigrants and settlers. And I guarantee you, most of them open carried in that day. And nobody had fear unless they allowed that fear to overcome them. Now, I'm going to get back to the bill, Madam Chair, because I can feel the energy back of my neck. So I'm going to get to my point here in a minute.
That's good.
I could feel it, ma'am. You have that effect on people with your leadership, and I appreciate that. Let's talk about the people that I represent. Do you know, if you're riding down in Las Animas County, in certain places, or you're riding in the northeast part of the state, that there's this critter called the mountain lion, and he doesn't like you. He doesn't like your horse either. But when he sees you, one of the things he thinks as you ride by, boy, there's a whole lot of groceries in that package. Wouldn't I like to get some of that? It's the truth. Now, he sizes you up.
And Representative Holtorf, is this critter at the polling location? Just bringing this back to the bill.
I think we're riding there, ma'am. Because as we ride and do our jobs in the country, and I will make my point, and I thank you for that. That was a prompter that gets to the point of my story. If you don't carry a sidearm, and we all know better, the people I represent know better. If you don't carry a sidearm and that mountain lion jumps you or your horse, or worse yet, ladies and gentlemen, for you city slickers, and that's a term of endearment where I'm from, don't get offended, please. You don't understand that if you separate from your horse and that mountain lion gets you a foot without a firearm, most likely you're a dead man or woman. If that mountain lion is hungry enough and you can't fend him off with something. So we carry sidearms out there without fear or intimidation. We actually carry them to protect ourselves, so we don't become the victim or the prey. Now, what if it's an election day? What if under my Western heritage, Madam Chair, I ride to my hometown? You think it's farcical. It's ridiculous. It could happen where I'm from. Would it happen? Perhaps unlikely, but it could happen. Why should I be made a criminal? Why should I be made a criminal under this type of legislation? Well, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. How many times, ladies and gentlemen, have I stood before all of you and told you one glove does not fit every hand in this state? One boot does not fit every foot in this state. But here we go again. It's like an old song that everyone's tired of hearing. For my people in eastern Colorado, they're tired of it. They're tired of people in this small little space infringing upon their rights and telling them how they need to live and what they need to do. I will tell you, in the 30, 40 miles that is the Denver metro area, the rest of the state is so much larger and so much vast. Your problems are not our problems. So why don't you deal with your problems where you live? Oh, you can. There's already Colorado Revised Statutes that lets municipalities, as was mentioned earlier today by my colleague from Mesa County, Grand Junction, there's already statutes that allow municipalities and counties to address these issues of their own accord. So for all you legislators that aren't in the Denver metro area, and I'll look at some of you, I don't know if you look at me, you better understand that your people are tired of this. My people certainly are tired of this. But I have told them, I'm not going to stop your fight. I'm not. And I am passionate about what I say. They demand no less. What if, for example, and I'll tell you something else, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues, where I live, you have to carry a rifle. The most important time to carry a rifle for a cattle rancher is during calving season. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's here. Springtime, when all life comes in, when the weather starts to warm up, and the baby calves hit the ground. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there are predators out there that want to take your cattle and your baby calves. They're like your children, and you live every day to protect them and give them the opportunity of life and let them grow. So if I carry a rifle, colleagues, and I drive into town, and I most assuredly would tell you when I go to the courthouse to vote in Washington County, I'll pull right up there in front of the courthouse. I will most assuredly let you know I am within 100 feet of where I go in to vote. And I've got my rifle in there sitting in my pickup because during calving season, we carry them everywhere to protect our livestock. We're not afraid of a rifle. Most common rifle is the .30-30 Winchester. How the West was won. Lever action. Henry rifle is famous and was made famous. But I will tell you, do I become a criminal as I pull into my voting booth after checking my pastures? Now, granted, it's not calving season, but you can still have threats. Now we're going to have the wolf out there. If you thought the coyote was dangerous, you can take that coyote and multiply that by at least 100 times in size and ferocity. And they're not just going to kill the baby calves during calving season.
Representative Holtorf, I think I understand that you're talking about why you might need a firearm, but if you could get a little more specific to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership. Getting back to my point, we have a need in rural Colorado to carry firearms. We do not want to be made criminals or have criminalization of the need that we have to do our business because of these types of laws that folks in this chamber, because of one instance that was mentioned in recent time, the other one in days gone by, that completely misrepresent any factual necessity for this type of legislation in 2022. Because those days are days gone by, and those things just don't happen. For this type of a bill to come forward, to infringe upon the needs of my people and the rights of my people, or endanger them in times, probably accidentally and coincidentally, is flat wrong. So when do you stop, Colorado legislators in this area? When do you stop imposing your will on the rest of the state? When do you open up and realize that it's not all about you and your little world here?
Representative Holtorf, to the bill.
To the bill. I don't know. But to this bill, this is wrong for the rest of Colorado. It is wrong for this part of Colorado. It's not a good solution set at all. Real or perceived, based on foundational fears and social media. I've already talked to the social media issue with regard to this.
To the bill.
Yes, to the bill. It is not okay to pass this kind of legislation that infringes upon the rights of my ranchers all over eastern Colorado, in my House district and other House districts, and also to my colleagues from western Colorado who have real people in real places that are trying to make a real living in an environment that, oh, by the way, could be much more inhospitable, and hostile than you might know here in the concrete jungle. And that's why our Second Amendment rights do not to be infringed. This is just one more example of what I speak of. Mr. Chair, I'll yield the dais to another one of my colleagues. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I iterated previously from page 3, line 21. I'd like to reiterate for purposes of expansion. Any person who violates this section is guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction thereof. And I'd like to stop right there because I think we all know the criminal justice system. We know that it isn't necessarily just the conviction that gets you, it's the legal process that consumes your time, takes your rights away from you. I've never had a DUI, but the general consensus is a DUI costs about 10 grand to fight it, whether guilty or innocent. So the point being, this is a penalty in search of a problem. Even if you didn't do anything wrong and they accuse you of it, it's going to cost you thousands to get out of it. And that is an unfair penalty on anybody for not doing anything illegal. So, and to that point, I have appreciated the arguments from both sides, and I appreciated the anecdotal effort out of Fort Collins from the representative from half of Fort Collins that said there were individuals that felt intimidated in some previous election. I guess I'd like clarification on that. Was there a police report? Is there a police report number? Were there arrests? Were the police called? Did the police solve the problem? Was there even a blotter log of the call to the police? It's a nice anecdotal story. A few more facts would certainly help elucidate the matter here, and I'll await those answers. But if there was not a crime report or an arrest, and the problem was resolved by people talking it out, then maybe that's all we need, and we don't need House Bill 22-1086, the Vote Without Fear Act, to be put in place. You know, there's a point about this whole thing has got me thinking of Marty Robbins and Big Iron. I hope you'll indulge that for a moment there, Mr. Chair. I'll quickly move forward, but the old song about matching the ranger with the big iron on his hip, and nobody's called me a fashion model in my entire life, trust me, but you know, for the camera, pretend I have an iron on me, and now I'm dangerous, and I put a cloak over it, a little piece of linen, a cloth, and now I'm not dangerous. That, to me, is just the height of illogic. And I think that's what we're dealing with. But more importantly, for people who are concerned about their Second Amendment rights, first you will get a bill like this. And then you will get a bill that takes your concealed carry away from you, which in this state you have worked extraordinarily and perhaps unconstitutionally in order to obtain. But this is the first effort to extract that right from you, and that's the precipice that we are on right now. This is a bad bill because there's no such problem in this state, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did sit on this committee, and I do have some questions on this bill. I don't question my colleague from HD 7 and my colleague from HD 37. There is not a moment where some of his story is told that I don't take a deep breath and struggle to keep my composure. I don't question why he did this or his drive, but I really have some trouble on this declaration. It's focusing on firearms, and it's talking about intimidation and threats and coercion, but it's only focused on firearms. And I think we all can agree that there are other objects that, if used by the right person, can cause harm to us. There's baseball bats, there's knives, there's nightsticks, the list goes on and on. So this bill is only focused on firearms, and that, for me, makes me question what we're talking about here. Because again, in the declaration, we're talking about intimidation, but we all know there's many forms of that, and there's many objects that can be used for that. So I'm having a difficult time with why there's focus on only firearms at this time. So I'm going to ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just maybe expand from what Representative Woog said a little bit more and tell you about some of the concerns that people in my district have. They've expressed some concerns about this bill. And in some concerns, I tried to relieve them. They were concerned about the intentions of this bill. I was like, let's not question the intentions. Let's look at the facts. And then they came back with question the unintended consequences, maybe, of this bill. But I think there could be some unintended consequences, or possibly some misperceptions, maybe, that this bill can bring. Obviously, both sides of the aisle are fighting for elections, election integrity, election access. And that's true and that's genuine. But what we get concerned is, and this is something that Representative Woog said, is it's focused just on firearms. And I live in a district which there's a lot of firearms. And a constituent asked me, obviously, people from all environments, races, men, women, exercise their Second Amendment right. But there is a certain demographic that exercises that type of right more than others. And then the constituent kind of came back and said, doesn't that demographic sometimes vote a certain way? Okay, oh, that could be a good research study. Then they came back and said, can the unintended consequences be that the perception, not saying it's accurate, could be you're trying to block a certain demographic or make it difficult for them to vote? So that's where I think some of my constituents get concerned about. That a certain demographic does exercise this behavior, and we're trying to make it difficult for them to vote. Now that conversation comes up a lot, actually, not just with this behavior, but just people in general, that we do not want to block certain people from voting, no matter who they are, no matter men, women, no matter their political party, no matter the race. We don't want to block anybody. We want everybody with different views to have their say. I think a bill like this, obviously I don't agree with it, but I wouldn't agree with it if it blocks other behaviors of a different political party. So that's where some of my constituents get concerned, is that you may have a rural community who exercises this behavior more than a bolder community. And they feel, and we're talking about feelings, no matter what the intentions are, aren't we talking about that? They may feel some type of discrimination. I'm sure none of us want that. So I think we need to recognize unintended consequences. I think not in just this bill, but all of our bills, unintended consequences, and how this may possibly be deemed or appear discriminatory to certain groups. Just like every bill, we need to recognize that. We never want a bill to say, I feel intimidated or dislike or uncomfortable about a person of a different political party or different look or different anything, or Representative Perry is big, so he intimidates me. And, that's where we're hitting some issues too with some people in my area. They would love to go to the polling place and be around people. Well, they really wouldn't love it, but be around people that just totally agree with them, totally look like them, and do the same behavior. But that's not how our United States is. People do things differently. We have constitutional rights. Say people can say things, and people can do different religions. And we would never say, well, I'm not going to go there, but I think you get my opinion. So I think we need to analyze this bill just like we do all bills and see if somebody may feel discriminated against due to their exercising their Second Amendment rights. And people are going to get offended. I get offended by people exercising their First Amendment rights all the time. But they have that right. So, but thank you, Chair, for the time.
The pleasure is mine. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring up to this chamber another very important point. In Colorado, statistically, between 70 and 90% of the state population votes by mail or drop box. They don't even go to a polling place to vote, where you walk in, your credentials are verified, because your credentials should be verified, that you're who you say you are, and then you go into a voting booth and you vote. Think about that. There's varying statistics. The lowest number that I saw was 74%. The highest number was 92%. How important is this? for the state and legislators in this esteemed body to think this is such a problem that they got to bring forth this legislation when it doesn't even affect 1 to 3 out of 10 people in this state. Is it really that big a problem, or is it something else? Well, we know it's fear, because fear's in the title of the bill, Mr. Chair, the Vote Without Fear Act. Well, for 7 or 9 out of 10 people, in the comfort of their own home, they might be fearful of somebody stealing their car or stealing their catalytic converter now, or breaking into their home at a much higher rate of incidence than they are of the fear to vote, based on the crime wave that we have in this state right now. Oh, by the way, it doesn't matter how many laws on the books are there if you don't enforce them. Now, we already have statutes that address this. There are so many statutes that address this. Allow me to start with Constitution's Titles 1 through 3, Constitution's Elections, Legislative, Colorado Revised Statutes, Annotated, 2021. To the bill, and to what is the corpus of the bill. And is this bill even needed? Well, that's the real issue. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to start here. And for those of you at home that have your Colorado Revised Statutes with you, we can read along. Titles 1, I'm on page 387, Election Offenses, 1-13-713, Intimidations. Now, what's most interesting about this, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, is this is law that goes into effect March 1st, 2022. We've already put more laws on the books, ladies and gentlemen, but we probably forgot because we did so much last session, especially the last 3 weeks of the session. How could we possibly remember all of those bills? The sprint to the finish line. Anyway, let me read 1-13-713, and this is to the bill. Intimidation. It is unlawful for any person directly or indirectly by himself or by any other person in his behalf to impede, prevent, or otherwise interfere with the free exercise of the elective franchise. Mr. Chair, I am to the bill. Of any elector, or to compel, induce, or prevail upon any elector either to give or refrain from giving his vote at any election provided by law, or to give or refrain from giving his vote for any particular person or measure at any such election. Well, my goodness. There's already a law that says you can't intimidate voters. Fear, if you're a psychologist, would be the first reaction, and that reaction would lead to intimidation. And yet here we are, Colorado. Here we are, esteemed colleagues, talking about a bill. Well, my goodness, this country boy's making a claim it's already in the books. Here it is. Now, for those of you in Elba, Colorado, it's 1-13-713. I will continue. You might be in Campo, Colorado, too. If you've been to Campo, a lovely little town. As I was saying, prevail upon any elector, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm going to back up because it's hard for me to get my place. It is unlawful for any person directly or indirectly by himself or by any other person on his behalf to impede, prevent, or otherwise interfere with the free exercise of the elective franchise or any elector, or to compel, induce, or prevail upon any elector either to give or refrain from giving his vote in any election provided by law, or to give or refrain from giving his vote for any particular person or measure at any such election. Each such offense is a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof, the offender shall be punished as provided in section 113, 111. Now, I'm going to go to 113, 111, Mr. Chair, because I think it's important that we talk about the consequences of breaking the law. But we know in this time right now, you can break the law and perhaps not even have consequences. I think they call that soft on crime, and I don't want to be soft on crime. I want to be hard on crime. If people are going to do this, by God, they should be arrested, charged, and if they are guilty, found guilty under our jurisprudence system. Now, most of you are lawyers in here. I'm not. But Lady Justice is blind. She should equally apply the law to everybody. But let me go to 113, 111. Oh, wait, there's another one here that is, intimidation, excuse me. And I did mention that these laws go into effect, what? How many days from now? 4? 4 days. Did the bill sponsors remember that or realize that, or they forget that, or did they overlook that fact? Are we replicating, duplicating, or trying to create more law that address our Second Amendment rights and address the right to open carry? Things that make you go, Because the law's on the books. I'll get to more laws on the books here in a minute, ladies and gentlemen, because I certainly want us to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. 113, 111, penalties for election offenses. Oh, wait, it's been revised and is in effect again March 1, 2022. We have more statute that even makes and reinforces the condition that has been presented here by the bill sponsors, even stronger, already coming on the books of Colorado Revised Statutes in, is it 4 days? Someone check my math. 4 days, is that March 1st? Help me out, anybody?
Let's stay focused on this bill, Representative Holtorf.
No, I understand it, but I just want to make sure that we understand what we're doing here. Because we want this bill to be passed. We've got to have this bill. There's a perceived action. Thank you, Representative Bailey. I appreciate you. I just want to make sure if anybody was awake out there. 4 days, I knew that answer, by the way. Oftentimes I know answers to questions that I ask. So in 4 days, citizens of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen of this body, to the upper chamber and everybody else in these hallowed halls, we have statute that takes care of this business, yet we have to have some more. Did we not get it right? Anyway, allow me to continue. In all cases where an offense is denominated by this code as being a misdemeanor and no penalty is specified, the offender upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of not more than $1,000 or imprisoned in the county jail for not more than 1 year, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Well, I will tell you, $1,000, that's a lot of money. Out in Elba, Colorado, Campo, Colorado, Walsh, Colorado, $1,000 is a lot of money for those folks that I represent. But what is worse is a year imprisonment, where you have to provide for your families, or maybe you can't, because you're in the county jail. You're in the hoose cow just waiting to get out and go home. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's more. There's a lot more. In fact, there's a litany of laws that address conduct of elections. I could cite all 23. Our statutes are comprehensive. They're clear. They protect voters. They even address voter intimidation clearly and specifically. So what is this? What is this? Well, I think the bill sponsors know. They know. We have enough laws on the books. The penalties are already written and set. So why do we have to run down this road to the bill sponsors? Oh, it's about those guns. It's about those guns. It is about those guns and those that fear them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, there is no need for this bill today. There is no need for this bill tomorrow. The statutes are clear. The punishment is clear. The code has already been codified and written, and in 4 days, did I say 4 days? It goes into effect. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 days, and this rolls right into your law and can be used in this election. So, once again, my people are a no. I'm a no. Most of Colorado is a no. I have strong objection to this bill and what is the real premise of this bill. It really isn't about fear and intimidation because it's already in statute. It's about infringing upon your Second Amendment rights. And I did, Mr. Chair, mention earlier there's already federal statute that addresses this. There's state statute that addresses this. In fact, the Attorney General has talked in his memo very clearly about this. I don't understand. I really don't. The law is clear. I've presented the case that the law is clear and there's no need for this legislation. It truly is nothing more than an infringement upon those good citizens that want to exercise their free and constitutional rights to open carry. And for the people that have no understanding or respect for that right, or are fearful because they do not understand what it means to be an American and to respect the constitutional rights of those
Representative Holtorf,
who exercise
you're really
those rights.
crossing the line. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am still waiting for any response on the anecdotal report that caused people fear. I'd still like to hear how that was resolved, whether it was by arrest or by police report or by conversation, or whether there was nothing there that required any of those. Any evidence that would help us understand why this bill is required, even if it's anecdotal, would be helpful. Because without anything that has any bearing or fact or case number to it. As Representative Holtor says, this is unnecessary. As I have said, this is a penalty in search of a problem. We have legislation already signed coming online. Why are we doing this except as a total attack on the Second Amendment and people's need to carry either concealed or open? I guess I'll be here like Adlai Stevenson until hell freezes over, but I am looking for a response as to why we need this bill. If we don't need it, let's not pass it.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. I have a similar question about the need of this bill also. Not only because, as I've talked to others, I have only really heard of one instance, and even that instance is put into question. But also because last year this body passed a bill that enabled every jurisdiction, whether a special district or a county or a city, every other jurisdiction to determine its jurisprudence on the Second Amendment, what it wanted the Second Amendment rights within that jurisdiction to be. In essence, we said the state no longer sets the bounds for our gun laws. Every jurisdiction can determine that. And so if there are jurisdictions within the state that are experiencing an issue under this category, if they're seeing voters being intimidated, they already have the purview to address that by passing their own limitations. Why is that not enough? Why isn't it enough to allow them to simply do what they need to do for their area and allow the other areas to do what they need to do, which is, for most of this state, nothing? I agree with a number of my rural colleagues. This last year, I got engaged, and I am not one for jewelry. I don't particularly care for jewelry. And so when I first started to wear my ring, and even now I play with it constantly because it's so foreign to me, it just felt awkward. It felt like, what is on my finger? In fact, there were a number of days when I just left it in this little case that it came in. It's a little turtle. And I got scolded by my fiancé because, obviously he wants to make sure that we're still engaged. And when he doesn't see the ring, it concerns him. There is a point to this that is related to our bill. The reason I bring that up is because in a number of my communities, individuals open carry just like women wear a ring. Just part of their normal outfit. They put on their belt, they put on their pistol, and they go out. And they engage the world, and that's just part of their dress code. It may seem foreign to some because it's not part of their dress code. But for many in rural Colorado, it just is. In fact, it's a conversation starter. Right? When you go to big cities, in fact, I was at the grocery store just a few weeks ago, and someone stopped me and was like, I love your outfit. And there was that conversation. In rural Colorado, the same happens when it comes to the pistol that you're wearing. It's not a big deal. In fact, many in rural Colorado actually feel safer when they see folks with those. And so why don't we allow each jurisdiction to determine what is best for their people? Recognizing those dynamics. I don't think that that's extreme. I think that that's just what it means to be a local control state. To understand that the culture in La Junta is different even than the culture in Pueblo, which is different than the culture in Canyon City, which are all three part of my district. Just my district. Why can't we do that, especially when no one has come down here to answer the question of where's the evidence that this is a problem? if we had a huge body of proof to show that the vast majority of folks were feeling intimidated when they went to polling places because of this issue, then yeah, let's have the conversation. But so far as I can tell, there's been one instance, and it's not even fully verified as accurate. That does not make good policy. The legislative declaration is formed off of the idea that we have this fundamental right to vote. And most assuredly we do. What the Ledge Deck leaves out, however, is that we have an unalienable right to self-defense. We talk about the Second Amendment in Second Amendment terms, and we assume that everybody knows what we're talking about. But let's really peel back and understand what that amendment is pointing to. The Declaration of Independence says that we have unalienable rights given to us by God. And the three that are delineated are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, property. Well, if we have an unalienable right to those things, we also have a corresponding right, unalienable right, to defend those things. We have an opportunity to defend those things, and so that is why we have enshrined a protective mechanism to ensure that we can protect. So when we are balancing an unalienable right and a fundamental right, we need to make sure that we are narrowly tailoring our response, that we're not just encompassing huge, broad swaths of things. And really, that's what this bill is doing. Already in law, jurisdictions can address this problem if it is within their communities. That's already the standard. Let those jurisdictions do what they need to do to protect their citizens, without question. But those who say, we don't need this, allow them to continue to exercise those rights unhindered and unabridged. And so I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the smiles and little high fives when I announced that I got engaged last year. I appreciate that too. Thank you.
Congratulations, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reminds me of second grade. I wasn't going to come down here again, but Representative Luck motivated me, inspired me from her words to come down and make a few comments and maybe add to her comments. The Vote Without Fear Act. And I'll actually respect that maybe some people have fear when they see a law-abiding citizen exercising their Second Amendment right. But as we know through history, fear of a person, maybe an act, what they do, maybe if they're a gun advocate, sometimes fear is a form of maybe lack of knowledge, lack of knowing somebody that's different than you, that looks at things different than you, that thinks different than you, that likes to exercise a certain amendment more than you. And yes, when somebody carries an open firearm, they do look different than somebody who doesn't like firearms. And yes, somebody who chooses, I think everybody looks at personal security in different ways. Everybody has different philosophies. And there's some people who choose to exercise their Second Amendment, and that's great. And there's some people who choose to take a different path with personal security. I think that's great too. That's what makes our country great. You can choose. But I go back to the fear. And we all know different examples of just fearing different people. And a lot of the fear is because you don't know them. Maybe you've never experienced them. Maybe you've never been around them. Maybe you don't understand that a farmer carries a gun for a certain reason. You know, I learned something today about people actually take a horse to go vote and may carry a gun on the path in case a, mountain lion comes after them? And that's outside of my, where I live. That's far from where I live when people doing that. But I can see some people seeing that person on a horse with a firearm and then looking back at the last movie, last Western they saw and think this guy is going to go rob a bank, which is not true. They're just going to go vote. But maybe if people spent more time with a person who chooses to exercise their Second Amendment right in that way, they may understand that there's really nothing to fear. If you look at the statistics, the people who choose to open carry are less victims of crime. They aren't running around shooting everybody like some movie. If you look at the statistics, and there's even some people, it's interesting how some person may be fearful, and then another person may say, I'm glad, or some people who is knowledgeable in firearms knows when somebody's carrying something that is trained and proper. Another person may look at them and say, I'm glad I'm walking through this parking lot with this person here having a firearm. I know firearms. I can see that they are respecting safety and proper procedures, and I'm glad that that person is there because I feel more comfortable that there is a law-abiding citizen there that could protect me. I feel more comfortable that a person there, that somebody won't come up, rob me, take advantage of me, because there's a person with a firearm there. So people look at things differently. Some people may be more comfortable. But I think this goes back to, if you're fearful of the way someone exercises their Second Amendment right, maybe go up and talk to them. I bet there's some people out there that said, why in the world would anybody open carry a firearm? Well, ask them. Hey, sir, I see you have that weapon. Try to learn about them. Learn about who they are. They may be a former police officer who does firearms training. But I think whenever we're fearful of the way someone acts or how they exercise their rights, I just go back as just knowledge. Just knowledge. And me, since I was trained in firearms, I can see if when somebody carries a firearm, if they're knowledgeable or if they're lackluster and not safe. If I see somebody walking around with a firearm just hanging off their belt, a little bit fearful too. But if I see a proper holster, proper safety, proper weapon, I feel better. But that's because I'm knowledgeable on it. And if somebody isn't knowledgeable and what they see, they may be fearful. So that's what I request. When you're deciding this bill, maybe go to somebody who appreciates open carry and ask them, why would somebody do that? Maybe do some research and say, are most robberies from people who open carry? Are most accidents from people who open carry? And maybe gain some knowledge in, hey, maybe this isn't really as scary as I think it should be. So I appreciate the sponsors for actually just opening this conversation. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure it's no surprise that I'm also opposed to this bill. When we talk about the Vote Without Fear Act, please remember that some of us would be fearful of going to a place that our Second Amendment is prohibited from being exercised. Think about it, folks. When we've had shooting incidences here in Colorado many times, too many times, they're in a gun-free zone. That is actually a zone telling criminals, you have a lot of unarmed people here. Come on, let's go. So please remember that if you're really trying to have a Vote Without Fear Act, prohibiting firearms is going to prohibit many people from feeling comfortable there. How many times do we have to continue that mistake? This would be one of those mistakes. I really want people to know that reading over this bill actually brings fear to many of my constituents that are urban but suburban. And we're not technically rural in Douglas County, or at least the north part of Douglas County, but we're close to it. And I grew up in an area where people do carry and aren't afraid of firearms or weapons. And for that reason, I'm opposed to this bill and hope that you will all join me in voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1086? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for those Coloradoans that are tuned into the Colorado Channel, that are very concerned about so many aspects of voting, voter integrity, voter rights, freedom to vote, and/or voter intimidation. You have heard long and lengthy discussion. We've talked about, and I've specifically talked about, federal legislation that protects voter rights. I've talked about the state statutes, both past and present. And we just passed statutes last year, originated in the Senate, that addressed many of these very issues. We have legislation right now that in 4 days is going to come into play, further strengthening and reinforcing the premise that we need to have the freedom to vote without reservations or hesitation. How we choose to do that is the question. How we define problems, real or perceived, is being discussed today and has been discussed at length. But I cannot oversize the fact for my friends and colleagues that live in these concrete jungles that the state does not need House Bill 22-1086. We don't need it. We don't want it. We're not asking for it. And you can keep it. Put it somewhere where it doesn't affect us. The message is loud and clear. The Vote Without Fear Act has no place in rural Colorado. If we choose to carry sidearms, that is our God-given right under the United States Constitution as Americans. You know, that's something unique to America. And we don't want that to go away. There's a reason why we're not European country or we're not Europe. We're America and Americans. Okay? They can't have firearms in England. They can't ride their horse with a firearm at their side. They have all the gun laws in the world that take away and infringe what is near and dear to Americans, which is your Second Amendment right. Now, when I was stationed in Germany years ago, I will tell you that my German friends, all they did was dream about our Western heritage. They dreamed about the opportunity to live in our Western states, in these vast expanses. The history of our cowboys, the history of how the West was won. And it was won by people like me who had no fear of firearms and understood how firearms could be used responsibly and safely and what their place was in our society. Many of you in your concrete jungles don't understand that. You have a different view. You fear what should not be feared. You come out to my country and spend a little time and maybe you'll understand. I don't know if all the talking in the world today can help change your mind. It probably can't, because you'll never understand what you can't see, you can't touch, and you can't feel. And when you're afraid, when you have fear, those things in many cases cannot be done. You can't understand, you can't feel, you can't touch these things that the people I represent want to fiercely be preserved and protected. Now, I get back to my time overseas when I served in the military, and I will tell you, Europeans, and it's not just in Germany. You could travel to France, Belgium, Spain. They all were just enamored and amazed at our history. That is a Western history. That is what codifies this country and what has made this country great. That makes people from all over the world want to come to our country, from vast and different continents, be it the European continent, the African continent, the South American continent. They come by the thousands because of what is America and these rights that are embodied in our Constitution. They're coming right now in our southern border, thousands a day, tens of thousands a day in that wide open expanse as they come seeking what is embodied in the Constitution. And here we are in this chamber, taking away in small parts and pieces what those people seek to come to escape their own government restrictions, their own lack of opportunities given by the way their governments impose rule on their citizenry. So I will tell you, I stand before you today with an unwavering commitment to protect what I know people all around the world dream of. And why do they dream of that? Because of what is embodied in our Constitution. And the first one is the First Amendment. And the second one is the Second Amendment. You might ask, which one is more important in the laundry list of amendments? Well, I will tell you they are equal. One does not supersede the other, and one should not be infringed or step on another. It is troubling to me to think that we have such a problem today that we must push this, trying to be champions for voters, and voters' acts and voters' rights. Claim that we have to do this all across this great state. because it is such a problem. And I believe that we are here to solve real problems and real big problems. Ladies and gentlemen, I would argue this is a nothing burger. I say the word burger because I'm a cattle rancher and I want to encourage people to eat cheeseburgers, hamburgers, meatloaf, grandma's meatloaf. To the bill, I'm waiting for my...
Yeah, I was about to say you're going to make me hungry, but get to the bill.
Yes, ma'am. And I appreciate your leadership, Madam Chair. I was just checking to see. But there are certain people in this chamber that are like lasers, and they don't miss anything. And I appreciate them, too. In fact, I appreciate all of you more than you'll ever know. Because I'm not a real emotional guy. I am inside, but I have a real hard, crusty outside. To the bill, I know. But getting back to this point, here we are in this chamber on a Friday, and we're talking about this bill. This bill as if it is a must-do, must-have, because we are so fearful to vote. Well, that's not true. I pointed out earlier, Colorado, that 70-90% of the people don't even leave their home to vote. They sit in the comfort of their home around the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, tea, latte, maybe milk. Remember, I want you to support your local dairy farmers. But whatever you do, in the safety of your home, without fear, you vote, and you have the opportunity to vote. It's safe. In fact, even the Secretary of State has made the claim. And how about the Attorney General? I've pointed out, and I can read it again, and maybe I'll go back and get it and read the whole memo. I was trying to be kind and only read a part of it because I know that I can get a little windy up here. As a matter of fact, my colleague from House District 57 told me the other day, and I don't know if he's listening or not, my colleague from House District 57, I don't know if I got the number right. I did. I was lucky. Said I could talk the ears off an elephant. And I don't know if I can. I never tried it. I have had pickled pig's feet. Those are pretty good. Anyway, I won't go into that. I'll get back to the bill. I'm sorry. I digress. Is this necessary today to pass this legislation? Absolutely not. Does this solve a statewide problem, Colorado? Absolutely not. Absolutely and unequivocally not. It's certainly not a problem in House District 64, and probably never would be. And even if this state statute was passed, I know in many counties, they would exercise their right of self-determination and self-rule and not enforce this if they didn't feel it was an issue. And it's not. For the 64 counties in Colorado, I have heard only one where this may be an issue. And I still would like to hear the details about that, comprehensively and in depth. Is it a real issue or a perceived issue? And could the local government, or has the local government already? Now let's talk about those layers of government. If you'll be so kind as to allow me, we have municipal jurisdiction. I don't know if this happened in Littleton, in Lakewood, Watkins, Bennett, Byers. Am I in the right county? Is anybody checking? Better fact check me. Where did this happen? Was it a one-on incident? Was it addressed at the municipal level? Have we given the local government the respect to take care of their local issues? Or must we have a state statute? Well, the proponents of this and the bill sponsors say, absolutely, we've got to codify this in state statute because this is an existential threat to our voting, allegedly. Because without fear, the Vote Without Fear Act. Well, where I'm from, we don't have fear in voting. We don't have this problem. I think I've made that clear. I don't know how many times I can say it, and I bet you $100 to anybody's stew. Okay? That there are less than maybe 5 counties that think this is even a problem. And if the problem was discussed at length and adjudicated, maybe only half of those would even have a good argument. But now I'm going to jump to the county level, because the county has the jurisdiction of all the surrounding areas in the country. Did Arapahoe County address this if it was a problem? And how did they address it? Was it addressed in 2020 by the county? For those of you, and few of you have been, but some of you have been a county commissioner, like my good colleague from House District 65, he understands what it means to govern at the county level. He knows, in fact, we've talked about this, he knows that in Cheyenne County, what works in Cheyenne County does not work in Arapahoe County, and that in and of itself must be respected. It must be, if we're to have any respect for the framework of our government, local, county, state, federal. I have pointed out, and others that speak in behalf of this have pointed out, that there are already Colorado revised statutes that provide for this for those municipal and county levels. Go ahead, pull it up. It's there. As a matter of fact, I think a little bit later I'm going to read it, just to make myself believe it and make sure that it's true. I want to know that it's there, and I want you to know that it's there. I want Coloradoans watching the Colorado Channel. Hundreds and thousands of them today. Well, maybe only 100 or 10, I don't know. I want you to know. Or is this something we have to do at the state? I will tell you that this is not something we should be doing here in this chamber today. There is no need for this in Colorado, and so many things like it. Governance is best handled at the lowest possible level. Now, there are times and exceptions, as we know. This is not one of them. We have layers and layers of Colorado revised statute that I have spoke to in detail, reading right out of the red books, that show in 4 days. Oh, well, thank you, Representative Hanks, you're too kind. Just like manna from heaven, it just falls out of the sky. And I want to reiterate, our own Colorado Attorney General, who I've met and know personally. I know him better than he knows me. But I've shaken his hand, I've talked to him, and know how important his job is. He knows the importance of Coloradoans and the right to vote safely and securely. He's given these advisories on voter intimidation crimes and poll center security. And I will tell you, under Colorado law, voter intimidation occurs when someone interferes, impedes, or prevents another from voting, or pressures a person to vote for or against a candidate or ballot initiative. It's very clear that voter intimidation is addressed. We've talked about the fact that it's a misdemeanor punished by $1,000 for 1 year or a 1 year imprisonment. And no matter what your socioeconomic level, if you make $35,000 a year, $25,000 a year, What's the poverty line? Is it 27,000, 26,000? I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to look that up so I get that fact right, if you will, and I will hold that point until I get that number. If somebody would be so kind enough, and it can be a bipartisan effort. What is the poverty line in the state of Colorado? What's that statistic? Because it's important.
It may be important, but it's not to the bill.
Oh, that's a new voice. Yes, Mr. Chair. Snuck up on me there. Thank you. Anyway, that 1 year in prison that is a penalty under this and other election statutes, it would be a part of this, I believe, as I understand the bill, is far more punitive than the $1,000. Because if you can't make a wage, if you can't provide for your loved ones, that is probably the most difficult thing for one to face if you're incarcerated. Now, we know that oftentimes incarceration and under this law the same. It may be coincidental, it may be accidental, or it may be intentional. And there's a system that addresses that. I want to read one thing here. This comes right out of the Colorado Attorney General's office. I just want you to know. Brandishing a weapon in a manner to frighten and dissuade voters from entering a polling center or approaching an unofficial ballot box would be considered intimidation. It's stated here on the Colorado Attorney General's website, and I have read the statutes that address voter intimidation. And if there was anything or anybody that interfered with your right or another person's right to vote at a polling center, well, wait a minute, didn't I just say earlier that 7 out of 10, or almost between 7 and 9 out of 10, never go to a voting center because of our voting laws and statutes that allow people to vote from the comfort of their own home? It doesn't even apply. That they can call the Attorney General's hotline and get immediate assistance or contact local law enforcement. That's a local issue. If this is happening, it's a local issue. This is not a statewide issue. It's a local issue and should be addressed at the local level. But this bill here, perhaps, I'm trying to think of the word, Mr. Chair, because I know we had this conversation over there. If you give me a minute, I'll think of a very appropriate word to express this thought. This particular bill, House Bill 221086, does not directly, by the language and the way it is written, allow. I was going to use the respect. I was going to say respect local authority, but I'm not going to use that word, Mr. Chair, because I fear that you will correct me. So I'm going to use a different word that will not allow or will supersede the local law enforcement's and local government's responsibility to address the matter. It takes that away or overlooks it or says, well, you don't do it, so we're going to have to do it. The state's going to have to get involved. Now, mind you, the Attorney General's office may get a lot busier, real or perceived. They're going to have to sort out what's fact and fiction, kind of like I read with the Colorado Public Radio article. And CPR probably doesn't write stories that represent House District 64 and their interests mostly. They're the interest of the urban centers. But I will tell you, if we do pass this law, which I think is completely unnecessary and further draws, okay. I got the signal. I know I'm a little slow, but I got the signal. All right, so here's what I'm going to do in the sake of time. Because I nibbled on the elephants here a little bit, but we got a lot more nibbling to do. And oh, by the way, Mr. Chair, there was a comment made, Representative Holtorf, are you going to speak 100 times? There's a pool out there that says you're going to speak 100 times this session. And I said, that is pure fiction, because I do not keep track, because all I do is come forth to represent my people. And when God or my constituents prompt me, I come forth to speak, hopefully clearly and passionately, about representation by the people, of the people, for the people. So there's no count. Don't invest in that pool. That's fiction too. I know, fact or fiction, right? If it's your truth or my truth, well, there's one truth. I won't get into biblical references. I'd like to with regard to that. That would be inappropriate. I just want to tell you that I'm going to wind up my comments right now. I believe that I have another colleague from El Paso County that would like to speak. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, I just want to call some attention to something, and I'm not sure how many members are aware of how necessarily buildings are used during voting or times of voting here in Colorado, but obviously not everyone lives in the urban area, not everyone lives in the rural area, and so there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what buildings are used or locations are used for voting. In fact, I think we had a bill here in 2019 that talked about what facilities could be used or could not be used for voting. But to this bill, the 1086, bottom of page 3, line 21, it says, any person who violates this section is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 364 days, or by both fine and imprisonment. And so some of the scenarios that maybe certain members have, heard me talking about, or maybe other members talking about, is the individual that may go to the municipal building, right? That municipal building serves many purposes outside of just voting. And one of those purposes may be, paying for to register their pet, right? I think some cities there's a $25 pet registration fee. Oftentimes people need to go to a municipal building or something of that nature in order to pay this, right? You certainly have some areas where, you have your water bill. And in order to pay your water bill, you go into a municipal building or some other building that may also be used as a voting place to pay your water bill. And so the point I'm trying to make here is, granted, voting is only for 3 weeks out of the year here in Colorado. Your water bill or registering your pet or doing whatever, these are things that just happen at any point in the year. And so now you may have an individual that is solely going to a municipal building or a place where voting happens to be taking place at the same time to pay register their pet fee or pay their parking ticket or pay their water bill, and they're not even there to vote. And through just a natural process of their day, they're open carrying. Now all of a sudden they're subject, when they went to go register their pet and when they went to go pay their water bill, $1,000 fine and up to 364 days in prison. You see, I think what we're making here through 1086 is actually confusion for individuals as they try to just go about living their daily lives. And the more we do that to the people of Colorado, the tougher it becomes. And it's probably even fair to argue that maybe 1086 could also create, in the mindset of folks, the Register Your Pet with Fear Act, or the Pay Your Parking Ticket with Fear Act, or the Pay Your Water Bill with Fear Act, in the sense that you're going there to do these other functions because it's part of your normal day-to-day. You're not there to vote, you're there to take care of these other necessary things that need to be taken care of, and all of a sudden, you get hemmed up because you were just living and doing what is natural in your everyday life. I think 1086 actually makes it more confusing for people. I think it actually has the ability to instill fear in people, even though the bill says it's trying to work without fear. Because we go to a municipal building, we go to other buildings, not just to vote, but to do many of the things I just talked about, and some things I'm not even thinking of right now. And so now all of a sudden, if you're doing those things, it happens to correspond with the time that we're voting, and you're just not really paying attention, you're just saying, hey, I don't want my water to be turned off, I gotta pay my bill. Now all of a sudden you're subject to a $1,000 fine and 364 days in prison, or both. And you weren't even there to vote. I think it's important that we think about these things and the confusion that we're creating for the people of Colorado. I think it is fair to say that otherwise it is. It's paying your pet registration fee with fear act. I rise in opposition to 1086. I think it is creating confusion outside of the aspect that, yeah, it certainly does limit your Second Amendment right. It certainly does. But you're also confusing people at a time and place where they can use a building while exercising their Second Amendment, but now they can't, and it's within 100 feet, and I'm there to pay my water bill. It's just, I don't understand why we do these things in this building. It's very frustrating, but certainly it's going to be frustrating and confusing to the people of Colorado. And so I would urge a no vote on 1086.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. And as a follow-up to what my colleague from El Paso just said, in order to try and relieve some of that confusion, I have been working with the bill sponsors on an amendment that would enable notice, would require notice to be provided so that individuals know when they're entering into one of these zones, seeing as we have election times throughout the year, right? It's not just in November. We have primaries, we have special district elections, we have special elections, we have all kinds of different elections. And so this amendment that I am now going to move, it is Amendment L01, I move Amendment L010 and ask that it be displayed. Thank you. And so, as I mentioned, all this will do is require that the designated election official will provide signage so that individuals know when they're entering into one of these zones and are no longer permitted to open carry. And I appreciate the willingness of the bill sponsors to allow for this amendment and for working with me. Thank you.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Luck. I just do want to confirm our support of this amendment, so we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move Amendment L011 and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment was discussed with the sponsors and are in agreement with it. It would be at the bottom of page 3. This violation would still be an unclassified misdemeanor, and it would still be punished by the fine of $1,000 or imprisonment up to 364 days. But this clarifies on a first offense, it should not, the fine should not exceed $250 and the sentence should not exceed 120 days. And this is a decision that the court will make, the judge would make once they were charged. And this is not, probably not very far from reality. If you're charged with an unclassified misdemeanor and you appear before a judge and it's your first offense and you have no record, this is in line, probably even less than this, that will be charged for this offense. But it continues the deterrent factor, along with the previous amendment that the information be posted at voting locations. I think this is still serves the purpose of heightened protection that the state's interest is around these facilities. So I think it's a good amendment and would urge an aye vote.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. We just want to also say we did talk about this and work with our colleagues, and we too, as the sponsors, urge an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the change here and for listening to the criticisms that we were raising during the debate. So I'm very appreciative of where we're getting to here, especially when it's the first offense. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L11 passes. We are back to the bill. Is there further discussion on the bill? Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. Thank you for all of your conversations. Thank you for sharing your stories and insights. We still look forward to the passage of the bill, particularly as amended. Members, I just want to share with you just a few notes on what we are doing, why, as well as how we can do it. Ultimately, we know through over 150 years of case law that when it comes to the Second Amendment, we are allowed to legislate around manner and place of carrying weapons. This is why we see signs and we see a lot of places in which we can't carry weapons. Here in Colorado, it is a felony to bring, to open carry a gun on school grounds, including universities. We talk about federal and state buildings. You can't open carry in a post office or a national park or on a plane. And so this is within the scope of what it is that we are allowed to legislate for. In regards to the fear that many people spoke about, even though I talked about one incident that happened in Littleton, which has, unfortunately gone viral, the state does have a hotline, and there are a lot of calls in from across the state, including El Paso, Weld, Denver, and fill in the blank about people who are being intimidated. At the end of the day, what this law does is get clear so that there isn't confusion on open carry. And we are making it a strict liability rule in the sense that we just say that the presence, just like we do with all those other places that are protected, like schools, is something that is in violation. But we did want to also point out, just kind of like what we see in electioneering, to some extent, people have learned just for a 3-week period of time during an election season what you can't wear when you're going to a polling place. And normally if someone showed up with a button or a t-shirt, a security guard might say, you know what, just go take that off. And so we're talking about beyond that. We're talking about this is something that we can all learn as expectations, as we have learned before with other spaces. So the last thing that we just want to say too is that we are joining other states in this effort because unfortunately we have seen in the last couple of years a heightened sense of anxiety with what we've seen from different types of protests and different types of presence. So there are 11 states who also have similar laws, including DC and Puerto Rico. Texas has this law, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, California, and Ohio. So thank you again, members. We urge an aye vote in support of House Bill 1086.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representative from Denver for working along with us on this. And thank you all for your patience during the conversation. As we said, this is something that is going on in other states, and we're falling in line with them. The mores that we had when we were younger aren't the same ones they are anymore. Times have changed. We have to have the flexibility to change with those times. This is a bill whose time is now, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1086 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1113 until March 2nd. I believe that's Wednesday, March 2nd.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1038 is amended, 1086 is amended, 1153 is amended, 1165 passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 15 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1113 laid over until March 2nd, 2022.
Representative Byrd. Representative Kennedy. Members, you have heard the motion. Thank you, Representative Kennedy. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Basenecker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Basenecker votes yes. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote? Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote? Third time's a charm. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote? Representative D. Valdez will be marked excused with a $11.50 fine. And Representative Hooton, she'll be marked excused with $11.45 fine. Please close the machine. 39 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 4 excused. The report of the committee of the whole is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Michelson Cheney, then Representative Soper.
Hello, Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, 5 minutes upon adjournment in 112.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's an honor to have one of my constituents up in the gallery today, Fruita City Council member Matthew Bremen and his wife Catherine. Just wanted to welcome you to the House of Representatives.
Thank you for being here today and thank you for your service. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Holtorf. Okay, I believe you.
Mr. Speaker, members of this fine chamber, I know you've heard enough of me today, and I do understand that, but I always want to bring some very important news about what day, National Day it is or could be. And I just want everybody to know, and this isn't today, but in a couple days, and we won't be here to celebrate this, February 27th marks the anniversary of the 22nd Amendment being ratified. It's duly named Term Limits Day. As we celebrate this day, it's a reminder of the people recognizing that the president should not be in power for life. God save the Queen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is Friday, and so that means that I look in the little box back there and honor you guys. So today, one desires for all of those who are a veteran to be thanked, especially as what's going on. So Shane, Representative Sandridge says, I want to thank our vets in the House. As I watch the events in Ukraine, I cherish our freedoms that they fought to protect. So indeed, thank you all for that. I also wanted to note, yesterday was National Chili Day, so you guys all should have gotten one of these on your desk. It is true that this wonderful product is made in our Distinguished Majority Leader's district. However, in light of local commerce, it is sold in my district. And so you can get it either in Pueblo or in Fremont County. I suspect there are places in Otero County where you can get it as well. Hopefully that you enjoy it. And I did want to also honor for reliability on our caucus side, Representative Bockenfeld. He is always reliable to help us out, to give his perspective, to push back, and to encourage. So thank you for that. As always, have a great weekend. You are loved, you're amazing, you're worthy, and you're adored, and I can't wait to see you again soon.
Thanks, everybody, for their hard work this week. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with Representative Luck, and I would say the same thing I said last Friday, and I think we could keep remembering, which is to show love for your community, but to show it through actions and not just words, and figure out when you're hanging out with your family, when you're hanging out with your dogs like I'll be this weekend, think about ways that you can make life better for the folks that we represent and keep moving that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. I will note for the record that Representative Well, luckily, you were fined $11.45. I fined Rep. D. Valdez $11.50 right before it. So you were fined 5 cents less. But
Explain why I get a 5-cent advance.
We could do it after.
because you're here and, yeah, you're here.
And further, 11.45.
I'll cover the 45 cents. And you know, I haven't,
I've got everything.
oh my gosh, that's spectacular.
I just wasn't here for the explanation.
There was no
You know, it just came from the bottom of my heart.
In my office, I tell my aide, turn on the House proceedings, so I know when to go downstairs.
You know, your whips could pay that. Representative Mullica, if you didn't know that it was Rise and Report, maybe Representative Mullica, have you paid that fine from last year, Representative Mullica? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to interrupt all the fun, but I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Thank you, members, for all your hard work. We will stand. The House, seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.